Hmm. You know, I guess not. All right. Happy Tuesday. Welcome in. HLT, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. Hello, Killer Cutthroat. Logic is God. Evidence. Statement. It's a claim. So what's our evidence of that? All right. So we got the YouTube stream warming up. We've got the TikTok stream warming up. So we'll take some guests soon. Do I believe in the Big Bang? Yep. What do I think happened in the beginning? Depends what you mean by beginning, but for me, existence was always here. The law which governs the universe is logic and evidence. The law, therefore, thus God. And again, that's still a statement. So, evidence. What created it? Nothing can't create it. Well, if the universe was always here, then nothing created it. It was always here. Yeah. Universe is eternal. What's up, soy sauce? Also an atheist? Welcome. The evidence is the universe. How? And Toys for Tots, that closed down last week. So I have to post the video of me donating all the toys. Still working on editing it. So in space, is there no time? That's not true. How come everything not come from nothing? Well, if the universe always existed, there was never nothing. So I don't know how that follows. Hello, double E. Yeah, we'll take up guests here in a moment. We're just waiting for the live to fill up a little bit. Letting people getting their bearings. He's letting me live. How do we know he's letting me live? Yes, and everybody share out the live. Share it out to your friends. Let's double tap the screen. Let's get some likes going. Some shares. So we can make this a successful live today. What about the prophecies? Which prophecies? The ones about Jesus never got fulfilled. 0 out of 351. Praying to God ain't going to save your life. I would agree with that. We have a lot of evidence that's true. Because there's a lot of kids starving right now. And God ain't answering those prayers. Evidence there is infinity, there is the circle. Okay. Hello, redheaded trouble. Now we have trouble here. Uh-oh. Trouble's here. Walmart down the street. The Walmart down the street is evidence God is real? no solid proof that he exists, but there's also no solid proof that he doesn't. So that's why. So hold on. There's God is real because there's no proof that he does exist, but there's no proof that he does exist. Therefore, God is real. That is a very circular argument. Childhood leukemia is the best evidence God is real? Or are you saying God isn't answering prayers? It's important to believe. Why? Oh, okay. It got cut off. All right. All right, Z. I'll give you a second chance. Yeah, that's true. It does get cut off. There could be multiple universes. That's possible. That's why it's important to believe and trust in him. I don't see how that follows. If there's no solid proof that he exists, but there's also no solid proof that he doesn't exist, why is that important to believe in God? Trust in God. Hello, Brian. I don't see how that follows. That seems to be that's a jump. Firmament above. Ooh. Flat Earth. Clickbait. Who gives a crap anyway? Well, baited you because you're here. I'm an agnostic atheist. Welcome. I am too. I cannot disprove the existence of one, but I find it unlikely. Same here. I'm with you, Ethan. Who said I know God doesn't exist, Dylan? Who said that? Where does it say that? Where does it say anywhere on all this text that I'm saying I know God doesn't exist? Where does that say? Point it out. You're an atheist. What's the definition of an atheist? Big Bang start of the universe as we know it. Not true, user 949. That's not what physicists say. What's so bad about being an atheist? Nothing. My definition, an atheist knows God exists, doesn't exist, otherwise you're agnostic. Yeah, that's not the definition of atheist. Maybe that's your definition, McFlurry, but that's not the definition of atheist. So I guess if we're just going to make up what words mean, okay. That's not the definition of an atheist. And I'm an agnostic atheist anyway. The dictionary definition, McFlurry, it's someone who does not believe in the existence of any gods. Do I know Ian? Not personally. I know of Ian. Technically, everybody is agnostic, yeah. And I think classic Jesus agnostic, whether someone is agnostic or gnostic, it's based on a claim. Am I a chill atheist? I like to think so. Where did we come from? Evolution and abiogenesis. That's the evidence we have. Have a gentle holiday, everyone. If the stream is going when I get off work, I'll be back. Well, we hope we see you when you get back. Hopefully we'll still be here for you. What year do we use? Is that a Christian timeline? Weird. Not relevant. I don't know how that proves God is real. What's my hope? I have lots of hope. Hope is just an emotion that we can track and we can measure. And so how do you lose hope if you stop believing in God? Doesn't make sense. If you really wanted to find evidence, then you wouldn't be on TikTok. Well, Ethan, I'm here because your God never answered my prayers. Your God never gave me any evidence. So he dumped the responsibility in theist's lap. So take that up with God. Best evidence is seeing a creation. Okay, well, I see a car, I see an Apple Watch. Doesn't tell me God is real. It just tells me a person created that. think about how perfect our world is. So you think our world is perfect with 70% of it covered with water and 99% of it undrinkable? What kind of dumbass God would do that? That's pretty stupid. Or he's evil. One of the two. Either he's evil or he's stupid. Which one is it? Because that's not very smart to fill a planet with 70% water and then make 99% of it undrinkable and then require people to drink it or else they die in 3 days. That makes no sense. I have read the Quran twice and it's not believable. Double E, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello, everyone. This is one of my esteemed mods, Double E. They're fantastic.
Yes.
What do you got for us today?
Yes. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
Yes. I have my mod announcement. So
All right.
everyone buckle in. Welcome to Trust But Verifies Live. We have 132 people in here and we're happy to see you. In this live, you'll experience mostly calm conversations, but sometimes the spice level can get to that about of a blah now. It's kind of what we decided as a group. But most of the time, we're a sweet bell pepper. But when the occasion calls for it, the heat level can rise. So just be prepared. But we always take it back down to sweet bell pepper levels. If you haven't yet, please do your heart me's and your daily goals. If you long tap the screen, you'll see there's a place to repost and share the live more easily. We also get more shares when you share it that way to each individual person versus in a group, like at the bottom of the screen. Let's try to get to, we're going to get to 25K likes, and then we're already at 76 shares, so I'd love to see that go over 100. That would be fantastic. Y'all, if you could help contribute to that so that we can keep this live going and popping and get more guests. Let's see, we do have an early kick goal. If we do send enough gifts, it'll trigger a kick poll, which can come in handy often depending on our guests. If you are able, Trust has a subscription up at the top, and you can get that if you want to support the community and support him. But always remember, only to gift or subscribe if you are able. Times are tough. Speaking of subscribing, Trust has a YouTube. He's looking to get 1,000 subscribers. So if you haven't done so, just search for Trust But Verify 2024 and click subscribe. We also have a Discord. The link is in Trust bio. You do have to copy and paste the link into your web browser in order for it to work. But if it still doesn't work, just let one of us mods know and we'll be happy to help. And one last mod announcement, please no preaching, praying for non-believers, or being rude in the chat. Please no caps lock either. I know it can be hard sometimes with the guests we have, but it's the way that the mods can communicate with chat and with Trust. So we appreciate your help keeping the Trust But Verify. He does one-on-ones, and so if you are asking to go up so please just request and be patient and don't spam the chat. All right. Well, once again, welcome to Trust But Verifies Live. We are glad to see you.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course.
Right on.
I will drop down.
Okay. That is the esteemed Ethereal Ember. So thank you. Give them a round of applause, some W's. Yay. So thank you for that. All right. What's your explanation for the order and design of nature? Well, that is begging the question. I don't believe nature was designed, so we don't have any evidence of that. But as far as order, it's the laws of physics. All right. And Pseudo V Science, welcome up. So I did a bit of a cleaning up of my worldview on the philosophy chat in the Discord on the pin post. I did a bit of a cleanup because I had like matter is eternal, and taking that like at face value, that's like an 18th, 19th century thing, and that's not really true. So I reworded it more to say matter is contingent, and that matter essentially can be it can form, and it can, energy allows it to be formed. It's a mechanism, but definitely not eternal. So I just cleaned it up a little bit. It's a temporary emergent state, and it is transformed, created, and destroyed without implying creation from nothing. So, with our current laws of physics, well, not current, but with our laws of physics, what we understand about quantum mechanics, creation of matter in no way, shape, or form indicates a creator, like an intelligent mind doing it. So just had to clean it up. Actually read the book of Enoch and also read the book of Job, and both are unbelievable. Not believable. They seem very fictional. Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory? Yes, of course. All right. So let's go to Yoso General as our first guest. So if you're in my queue, please be at least 18 years old. Please believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or at absolute minimum, a mind that created the universe. And also, please have evidence ready of your best evidence that God is real. All right. And also, reminder to the chat, we do have a kick poll every 20 minutes, and I start the timer when the guest comes up. And I usually give them like a minute or so to do like introductions and, small talk, and then I start it. And so after 20 minutes, I'll put up a poll, and then you can vote whether or not to keep the guest or move on to the next one. And then if you meet the live goal, which is 25 boxing gloves, that will trigger an early kick poll. And also, if you throw up a jellyfish will remove the guest immediately. All right. So let's move on to Yoso General. How's it going?
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah. Thanks for waiting. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
I read all of those, but I'll say I believe in a mind that created the universe.
Okay. All right.
So,
and yeah, so what's your evidence that this God is real?
well, I know you said I could probably give a little short introduction.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as just my belief, so
Mhm.
I'll say that I usually just try to follow history and see what were the writings during different ages and how they may have affected that civilization, whether they were beneficial or not.
Okay.
From my lens. And I usually start with Sumer, who I do believe is somewhat connected to the Israelites and the Canaanites, but I'm also into Egyptian, like the Book of the Dead, but all the way up into the New Testament. I usually find the alignment and the things that don't align, I'll be honest about. Or the things I don't agree with, like if I read something, I say, I don't think this is just which God or this prophet is doing, I'll be honest about it.
Okay. All right.
So, yes.
So if I heard you right, you're saying that there's writings of gods, and so that to you demonstrates that God is real?
No, I think that the writings that we have from men speaking about God or high power or mysticism or esoterics, whatever it may be, alchemy, I think they're experiences that men were claiming to have during this time.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them include fabrications. Some of them have been altered, like the original Hebrew writings of the Bible to the King James version. There are a lot of differences in those two. And I'll say that the writings that those men wrote are their personal connection with that higher power or those entities. And I
Okay.
judge that off of what they were able to do with what they said they possessed.
Okay. I think I understand. So if I'm hearing you right, then they're making claims that they had experiences with these gods or this God.
Correct.
However
Higher
you want
power.
to, yeah, some higher power. But you did say they contain some fabrications. So how were you able to distinguish between the fabrications and what's real?
Well, I think your personal judgment is going to come into play, but I also believe that usually the further back you go, the closer you get to the truth. As far as like what I mentioned with King James Bible, and if you go back to say Hebrew scriptures or the Ethiopian Bible or the Greek Codex.
Okay.
And that may even involve having to interpret a different language.
All right. So then what about like writings from the Egyptians, or as you mentioned, Sumer, the Sumerians, because they had writings, they were writing on tablets about their gods. So does that make those gods
Correct.
true? Because those are earlier than the Bible.
Well, one thing that I found with the Sumer text, as far as the writings of Enki and Enlil, and I believe there's someone named Anthrax, like the Great Flood was already written in the Sumer tablets.
Yep.
Which is what happened with Noah. So I believe that Noah, that story was passed down from an even more ancient time than other stories that may be within the Torah, for
Mm-hmm.
example.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm able to trace it back to say, okay, these people may have transitioned into the Canaanite people and then transitioned into the Israelite people. So they still have remnants of some of their old stories
Okay.
or experiences.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if they have remnants of these stories, I'm still not seeing how this makes them true, though. Like, how were you able to distinguish between, whether or not these stories are true?
Well, I'll say this, and I heard you mention like physics. I also try to learn what I can about science, about physics, about the
Mhm.
operation of the world from that standpoint and those laws. And I'll say that like two people that I kind of look into are Max Planck and Isaac Newton.
Mhm.
And I know that Isaac Newton, during his time, he followed the Bible, but he had a very different idea of the Bible than what was the popular consensus, and he wasn't a Trinitarian.
Yeah.
He was a Unitarian, and he viewed the Bible as not just a literal writing, but an encoded message that described how God created.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that when we read a story like the flood, or a story like Jonah being swallowed up in the belly of a whale, sometimes these stories aren't just meant to be taken on a physical level. But if someone is at a lower level of consciousness or just thinking physically in general, they may interpret it that way. But another person at a higher intellect can read that same message and be able to draw more from it.
Yeah, I hear that. What I'm trying to
Okay.
understand, though, is I'm still not sure how this demonstrates that a God exists, because I'm still not really hearing how you were like able to distinguish, like, okay, this is definitely proof that God is real. Because, like, what was the method you used? Like, take me through the steps.
Well, I guess I would say to prove that God is real, I think that a lot of us come into, as far as I'm born in America, African American, a lot of us come here given a religion, but
Mhm.
we're not given anything that's actually like logical or analytical to
Yeah.
understand about God. So I believed in God, I fell out of belief in God, and then I started to question, well, okay, is there a God? So for one, I look at the way the universe operates. I think earlier you all talked about precision, and I remember you mentioned the ocean and some things like that.
Mhm.
And I think the world isn't incredibly precise in every way, but in some ways it is within a small window.
Sure.
Say for instance, gravity, the weak force, the strong force, these things.
Sure.
So I think that them being evidence for God is that, well, within these writings that these men have, they're saying that everything comes from this one thing,
Okay.
this source.
Okay.
And even if there's a pantheon of gods, even if there's a triune God, a triad God, one God, everything is always related back to this one infinite source of something that has manifested itself to become
Mhm.
everything.
Well, what I'm trying to understand then is if everything is manifested from this one source, because you mentioned Planck, right? So I
Yes,
think,
I did.
okay, so I think you're alluding to Planck's constant, or maybe some of Planck's calculations. Is that
Well, yes. I mean, I know that he is considered the father of physics, and him understanding that energy wasn't just a constant and that it flowed in quantities, that that was a big shift within physics.
Yeah.
But I know that later in his life, he made it clear that through all of the studies that he had done, the precision in which he found of all things brought him to believe that it had to be a deliberate decision, or it couldn't, that dead matter couldn't just create these operations that we see come from our reality.
Yeah. And so what I'm trying to, well, he's saying these couldn't have come from that. Are you sure he really said that?
Um, I would say from the multiple times that I've researched it or looked into it,
Mm-hmm.
um, that those were some of the things that end up coming up. Maybe it was in different wording, so I don't know if those were his exact words, but I do believe I'm paraphrasing the
Okay.
right idea.
Okay. Because like the way I kind of see it is, because you did say earlier, there is a lot of precision, but then there's some things that are not so precise. So if that's the case, then if we're like, how do we know that we're not using like confirmation bias to find things to support our view versus actually using like, just being as unbiased as possible and just using like things like observation and testing and things like that?
Well, I would say I believe that's the ultimate challenge, whether you believe or you don't believe, is
Mhm.
to try not to go into it as a believer or non-believer, but just as a student or someone who's studying a topic
I think I
and
might agree
searching
with
for
that.
truth.
Yeah,
Mm.
I would probably agree with that. And I think that's kind of what I'm driving at is if we're if we're looking at this from that perspective, like for example, is it possible that God could have just created this universe with just electrons,
And no neutrons
no
or protons?
neutrons, no just electrons? Yeah,
Is that possible?
yeah,
I believe all things are possible.
all things are possible. Okay, and so he could have created electrons with minds, right?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
well, I want to be clear because I like that you are asking me these questions. You're saying he. I think that even though all of these cultures have characterized God, I think it is very possible that God is not personal at all.
Oh yeah,
But they are personalizing God.
yeah.
But it is a multiple function, multiple operation thing that is happening in one that's allowing everything to
Hmm.
happen that we can also tap into.
Yeah. So yeah, and it's funny, my wife kind of gets on me for that because she's like, you're always referring to God as he, and how do you know that? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's just force of habit. So
Correct.
so this God that we're talking about, the God that you're talking about with me,
Yes.
it's possible that this God could have made electrons with minds, right?
Yes.
And so then what explains the complexity that we see? What is the purpose of the complexity then? If God could have just made electrons with minds and that would have just accomplished, that would have just been good, but what's the purpose of the complexity then?
Well, I don't know if there's a purpose to it, but I think that the complexity within itself points to a mind.
Okay. Well, see, that's the thing is, wouldn't you say minds have intent?
Minds have intent.
Yeah.
I mean,
Minds do things with
I
intent,
don't want
right?
to I don't want to do a play on words here. I truly mean this, but I think intent comes from the heart, and that the
Okay.
mind is really an assistant.
Okay. So intent comes from the heart. So you're saying then, well, what exactly does that mean? Like from the heart?
I mean, have you heard something that there's more firing signals that come from the heart than that come from the mind?
Yeah. Um, we know those as like electric signals, right?
Right.
I'm not sure why that's relevant because we have electric signals from the brain. We have it all over our nervous system. I know it, because it's a pretty central part of our body, right? It's like the one thing keeping our body alive besides our brain. But we
Well,
also
I guess
know,
I would say I believe that our heart has an effect on our mind.
okay, the heart has, well, I mean, I agree to that too, as to a certain degree, because, the mind can't function without the heart, right? They're kind of dependent upon each other. And the same goes, the heart can't function without a mind. If
Yes,
you,
but I think I believe what I was saying earlier is, and maybe I should look this up to be clear, but I think the mind sends more. I mean, the heart sends more information or more energy to the mind than the mind sends to the heart.
okay.
Now, I would say we're powered by our heart.
Okay. So yeah, I mean the heart pumps blood throughout the body. That's its job, right? That's its main job. And the blood in the mind can't function without blood. So that's why you have like, these big old blood vessels that are going up here, all that
Yes,
stuff,
but I don't want to get you off your point. I think what you were asking me was, does
talking about intent.
yeah, does intent come from the mind? I would say intent comes from within. So maybe I can agree with you in some sense.
Okay.
I think there's a mentality to it.
Well, do we have, okay. So you would agree then that like there are like, do brain dead people, do they show intent? because their heart's still pumping, their heart's still sending signals.
No,
But
no, they
what?
don't. But I would say this, and I think I mentioned this. I was speaking to another atheist recently, and I was saying that I believe like plants have intent. Like a plant, a different seeds will do different things. Some of them grow their roots first. Some of them sprout really fast. They all do different things. They have an intention that they all do the same thing.
Well, how do we distinguish between intent and function?
I think intent means what something is intending or intended to do.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing is intent in this sense. That
Can it be
is
separated from function?
well, I think function is like what something is like programmed to do in that sense. It's programmed is kind of a poor choice of words, but like a plant grows roots because that's what it does. Like that's its DNA, that's its that's its function. That's how it survives. I don't think it intends to do that because because intention also implies choice.
So
And so
intent,
could a
one of the
could a plant
explanations
choose
is
not to grow
determined.
roots?
Well, one of the intent as an adjective would be meaning it's determined to do something.
Yeah, it's determined, but what I'm speaking in it in the sense of choice. So, like, does the heart make
Okay,
choices?
okay. Does the heart make choices?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's kind of a difficult question for me to answer. I
yeah,
think that I think that something can happen and your heart has an automatic response. Like you can get around a beautiful girl, heart start racing.
right.
If that makes sense. Like when you're young and you're in school or certain situations, your heart can race or you can be nervous without even like rationalizing it. Something
Okay.
can just happen.
Well, see, I think the easy test then is again, if we have brain dead people whose hearts are beating, do they get nervous?
If they're brain dead,
Yeah.
well,
Or they're in
I
comas
don't
or something like that. Do
I
they get
guess I guess
nervous?
I would ask like I don't know if you shouted in a brain dead person's ear with their heart race or something maybe. Do they change heart rates? I don't know.
Nope. Not that we've seen. We've seen
Okay,
no
well
correlation with that.
I would say that well that me to me that makes me think the brain is probably more connected to function.
Yeah.
Like there's an intent, but the
Function and
brain or
intent.
the mind is what
Yeah.
happens, is what
Yeah.
makes it happen.
And so kind of circling all the way back,
Mhm.
I think that's what I'm trying to figure out is, because you're saying that if there was if this universe was created, right?
Yes.
Because you're saying Planck's constant, for example, demonstrates that there was intent behind that, and then that means that there could have been a choice in the matter. So what would the other choice be?
I think the other choice would be like inconsistency.
Okay.
Like within we were speaking on like protons, electrons,
Yeah.
neutrons. I think that they consistently work in a way that allows me and you to be here as humans because you could probably simplify what we're experiencing, this reality, but I think you can also acknowledge that there's an intellect there or a lot
Yeah. I
even
don't
for
grant
the
that. I
universe
don't
to
agree
do
with
this.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't agree
As
that
far
there's an intellect there because, like I said, I don't see intent. I don't see that there was a choice made, and
okay,
that's the
what
thing.
about survival? Is survival an intention?
What about yeah? Survival is an intention. In some ways, it's in a lot of ways it is a choice, but it's like a drive. So we also can see with scientific evidence that some beings, some organisms have a stronger drive than others, and then that's part of evolution through natural selection and adaptation. The ones with the stronger drive have a higher chance of survival. They have the higher chance of reproducing, and then they pass that drive on to their offspring. So that's what survival is pretty much about. That there's this drive, this innate drive to live and survive. So
Okay, what about flourishing?
well, that's another one. That's an interesting point too, because as long as along the lines of flourishing, I think that goes that's pretty closely related to survival, right? Because we also see in nature that organisms, like if they see like a rich supply of food, they will just keep eating that food. Like they
Mhm.
won't ration it or anything like that. They will hoard it and they will keep eating it because um, they don't have the ability to predict when that food will go out or anything like that. We do the same thing. However, we have more of an ability to ration because we show as humans that we look forward into the future. However, if we're talking about, so in the terms of flourishing, that's what a part of flourishing is. But we also take steps, we as humans, we also take steps to ensure that we have like future stores of food, so that we can ensure our future survival. But we don't see that a lot in the animal kingdom. If they see, like if they just see a bounty of food, they'll just try to eat it all. They'll eat as much as they can.
I mean, okay, I would say I understand what you're saying. I feel like when I think about maybe like lions or animals within the jungle, I do feel like they get full, but I feel like they don't eat the same way that we eat. We eat
Right.
several meals a day, conditioning and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
But
part of our conditioning, and
yes,
and again, we kind of, that seems to be a case of like higher brain function. Because the other thing is that animals with higher brain function, even though they will like tend to hoard, like for example, ferrets, they'll
mhm,
try to store things away, things like that. So there is some like correlation to that, but for the most part, we do see in the animal kingdom, there's like a, just a large supply of food. Animals will just eat and eat and eat and eat until they can't eat anymore because they
yeah,
go through periods of, because the way our bodies are built, the way they, like organisms' bodies are built are just to, it's, you eat until you're satiated, right?
yeah.
And but also it's also in line with the supply of food that's there.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
sorry. Can you
No,
hear
no.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. If you'll allow me, I, if you would like to come back to the science, I'm down with that. But I want to ask you some questions, kind of to see what you believe as far as
Sure.
beyond just physical.
Yeah, yeah. We do have about 15 seconds left until the kick poll. So you can ask a question now while I set it up. And then
Okay.
yeah, and then depending on if, I mean, it's been a pleasant conversation, so good chance I'll keep you. But if the chat decides to keep you, then you can, yeah, you can ask me questions. That's fine.
Okay.
But here, let me set it up real quick, and then you can get one question off while it's running, and then if they keep you, then we can go into more. All right. So pretty good conversation that I'm having with Yoso. So you guys know what to do. Happy face to keep Yoso for another 20, or crying face to move on to the next guest. And we have a whole list of people waiting, so up to you. All right.
And I have about 10 minutes left anyway, so
Oh,
if
okay.
I can stay, I'll be here for 10.
Well, that might be a good motivator to have them keep you.
Okay.
But the other side of it is usually the people waiting will all vote against you because they want to get their turn too.
I
So it
understand.
happens
I
that way. But
understand.
hey, go ahead and ask. You can at least fire one off real quick, and I can answer it. I can try to answer
Okay.
it.
So, you know, some of my belief also comes from me having experiences beyond just the physical, or visions or dreams or predilections,
Hmm.
things like that. Have you had any experiences within your life, or are there any things that you believe are possible, being that I mentioned like Egyptian culture and Sumerian culture?
Hmm.
These people, I feel, brought a lot to us through writings and things like that. Do you believe that there's anything just beyond physical, even if it's not connected to a god or anything like that, but is there a higher consciousness that we may be missing?
I do not believe in like a higher consciousness in terms of beyond physical. Like if you're talking about metaphysical things, yeah, there are some metaphysical things like numbers and like the mind, consciousness, thoughts. I do not think there is a higher consciousness because we just don't have any evidence of that. Like for example, because I had brought up brain dead people a couple of times. What we know from neuroscience is that when the brain goes, consciousness goes. That where the brain goes, I should say it like that, where the brain goes, consciousness goes. So we have the ability to anesthetize people, like put people under anesthesia, and we see consciousness go away, like just go dormant. We have the ability to give people mind altering like substances that affect their consciousness, and we don't see it affecting somebody else's consciousness, just that person. You see what I mean? So that's how, so it seems to just stop right at the brain. It doesn't go any further than that. We just don't have any evidence of that.
Okay.
So, all right. Well, they did vote to move on to the next guest. I think it's probably all the people in the queue waiting behind you, but
All good.
and those are breaks. But hey, I invite you to come back again. This was actually a really good conversation, and we can kind of pick up. You know, if you have more questions for me, we can pick up from there. And
Definitely.
yeah, I'm happy to answer questions. You know, especially from like a polite person. I have no problem answering questions. So yeah, I'm
Yeah,
happy
I
to do
enjoyed the
that.
conversation a lot too, Truth. I'll
Yeah, me
definitely
too,
do
man.
that.
All right, Yoso. Well, hey, enjoy the rest of your day, and hopefully we'll see you back again another day.
Thanks, you too,
All
brother.
right, take care.
All right.
Yeah, good convo. And it seemed like a bit of a leap to go from, you know, well, we have these constants, you know, these precise things in the universe, and therefore there's some intent behind that. And then like when we pushed on intent, seemed to, you know, seemed to kind of flame out a little bit. Like we couldn't really show where the intent was or how there's intent. We couldn't really distinguish that, but still was interesting. So, still a good conversation and polite. So always like that. Always like a polite conversation. And let's see what YouTube's saying. I had a dream one time. I was chasing my dog through a random apartment complex and everything was in black and white. Afterwards, I said, that was dumb as shit and moved on. The Blexican. Yeah. See, that's the other thing. It's like we have, like, I have stupid dreams all the time. I got like the dumbest dreams. And I've been taking melatonin as of late, you know, in the evening, at night. And one lesson I learned, a little bit off topic, but one lesson I learned, if you take too many, like if the milligrams are too high on melatonin, at least for me, I was having all kinds of weird ass dreams. But if I got it down to like 3 milligrams, you know, it puts me to sleep, and my dreams aren't so like wild. I mean, they're just random, like the normal random dreams. And that was, you know, so that was like a revelation to me. And but I will say though that yeah, for the most part my dreams are just weird. And there's really nothing revelatory about it. And I haven't ever, like, I've had like deja vu. I've had that. There's still no evidence that points to something, you know, metaphysical or like someone intelligent that's metaphysical. We just don't have any evidence of that. All right. So let's bring up a new guest. So we got 5 people waiting. I think, well, now 4. There was 5, now 4. So again, if you're waiting in my queue, please be at least 18 years old. That's a TikTok terms of service thing. Please believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or at minimum, a mind that created the universe. So if you believe like our previous guest, that's fine, but that's like the line right there. The previous guest was like right inside the line. And then also, please have evidence ready that the God you believe in is real. All right. So let's go back to, let's bring up Youssef. Youssef, how's it going?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for
I'm doing
waiting.
well, thank you.
Yeah, good.
Of course.
How old are you, Youssef?
35.
Okay. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
Yes, I believe in the God of the Quran, but I do believe he sent revelation in the past, so there's some truth in the older scriptures as well.
Okay.
The same God.
All right. And what is your best evidence that this God is real?
Sure. Well, I have a question for you. When you're asked for evidence, what necessarily are you looking for?
Any kind of evidence. It could be a logical argument for the existence of this God. It can be, if you have any empirical evidence, that would work too. So actually, my bar is really low.
Can you give me an example of what you would like to see? So, okay, that would prove to you, hey, God exists.
Like for example, if you, like, an example of empirical evidence is if Like, for example, it is something that it can be widely observed, and you know, yeah, that can be widely observed. Like,
Okay, well,
if all the stars in the sky aligned to a message saying, I am God, I am real, and everybody in the world saw it. So we can't chalk it up to, oh, it was just somebody delusional and seeing things or something like that. Everybody saw it, and it was up there for a period of time. That would be an example of empirical evidence. If
sure.
everybody, like, if somebody said praying demonstrates that God is real, if I pray to my God, then, and if they went to a hospital and all the amputees immediately grew all their limbs, that would be pretty damn good evidence. And if they did it, and if we could repeat it, and it happened over and over and over again, that would be pretty good evidence. An example of a logical argument, there's, like, you just put it together in in an argumentative form, like a syllogism form, propositions with a conclusion, and then we can examine the propositions to see if they hold up.
Okay, so it doesn't necessarily have to be empirical.
No.
Okay. What with the stars thing, I mean, anyone can just, let's say it can be an illusion in the sky that everyone sees.
Yeah. And so if
Why
we're
would you
talking,
believe it?
yeah, but if we're talking about the star, but if everybody in the world, like 8 billion people saw it, it would be really hard to, kind of hard to pull off that kind of illusion. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, but anyone can say, hey, that's an illusion that everyone in the world saw.
Yeah.
How can you confirm that's God that put it there?
I would say, I wouldn't automatically say that's proof. I would say that's evidence. Like,
What would you believe
would I believe
if you saw that?
if I saw that? I'm not sure. My doubt
Okay.
would
Yeah, that's my
decrease.
question. Like, what would make you believe like 100%? Because I don't think there's anything, to be honest.
100%?
Yeah.
Like as much as I know my mother exists?
Do you know your
Something
mother
like that?
exists?
Yeah. I know my
Why?
mother
What's the
exists.
evidence?
What's the evidence? I have talked to my mother. I have hugged my mother. She's called me on the phone. I've called her on the phone. When I call her, she answers. When she calls me, I answer. It's her voice on the other end. I have a birth certificate. I've got a body of evidence that proves to me my mother exists. So,
Well, what if it's just an illusion? That's your
well, then
mother,
then
not
it's
really
just
your
an
mom.
illusion, but we don't have any evidence that it's just an illusion, right? What evidence would there be that it's an illusion?
I mean, it could feel like it's a real person. You could talk to her and everything, but it could be an illusion.
Yeah, sure. It
So,
could be an illusion, but what evidence would there be that it's an illusion? What evidence would tell me it's an illusion?
so I can use the same argument for what evidence is there that there is no God,
Okay.
right?
Well, can you answer my question? Like, what evidence would
No,
tell
that's
me
just the point. That's
it's
the point.
yeah, I know, but
We
we're
can
just,
both use evidences
but we're
against.
saying it could be this, could be that. But what I'm saying, what I'm asking you, Yusuf, is yeah, there could be an infinite number of possibilities, but what we do is we rule out possibilities, right? And we look at evidence and we say it's more likely this and less likely this. So what evidence would make it more likely that it's an
Okay,
illusion
got you. So
than it's
more
not?
likely, I
Yeah.
believe more likely there is a creator. Oh,
Mm-mm.
sorry, you were cutting off.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Let me
I
back
believe
up a
it's
little.
more likely there is a creator. Okay, you gonna back up?
Yeah. Just the whole illusion thing. And maybe, yeah, because I want to kind of
Okay.
understand from your point of view, because you said, well, maybe it's an illusion that my mother exists. Okay. What evidence
Yeah, I mean,
would increase
I
the
don't believe
likelihood?
that, but
Yeah. But I mean, I know you're
okay,
challenging my worldview. So I'm asking you, what
yes.
evidence would increase the likelihood that it's an illusion in your mind? So taking it from could be to increase of likelihood, what piece of evidence would make it an illusion?
Okay, so you're comparing evidences. What is more likely? This is the point I'm trying to bring up. In my worldview, it's way more likely that there is a creator
Yeah.
with a mind than we came from nothing.
Okay.
Right? Which one do you think is more likely?
Neither, because I don't believe we came from nothing. So why does it have to be either or? You know, there's like a whole range of other possibilities, right? So in your mind, why is it either it's a creator or we came from nothing? Why to you is only it came down to two binary options?
Because when we say created, we mean this being that created us has to be eternal, or else we go into a regress.
Has to be eternal,
So
or so we go in an
yeah, it has
infinite
to be eternal.
regress.
Unless you could give me another way we could have gotten here without an eternal being,
Yeah,
then please
the
present
universe
it.
always existed.
What's your evidence?
Quantum mechanics.
What's the evidence of that?
The evidence of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
We have a whole mountain of evidence because we have the Schrodinger equation, which implies that time is eternal, and within the quantum wave, within the wave function, which they have demonstrated is the universe itself, that like energy has always existed. Matter is contingent, and that energy turns into mass, through gravity,
Who's done the
all that
studies
stuff.
for these?
So,
And where did you get these studies?
well, looking at quantum mechanics. So if you just read up on quantum mechanics, you look at the Schrodinger equation, and then it'll tell you, like, you just ask, you find out what the Hamiltonian is, you find out what the wave function is, all that stuff. And if you read up on it, it'll tell you. And things like Fitbit watches, Apple phones, iPhones, Samsung phones, those are all built on the Schrodinger equation. So if you don't believe it, then you would have to throw out like all of the like technology that we used for you to me to talk right now. The internet's built on the Schrodinger equation. So if you're going to deny that the Schrodinger equation is true, or you're going to say what's the evidence of it, we have evidence everywhere. It's been demonstrated hundreds of thousands of times.
So you would say that because of this, the universe itself is eternal.
Yeah.
But isn't it made up of contingent things that
Yeah.
that you have to have an explanation of why they're created in the first place?
Yeah, like matter is contingent. Sure.
So what is it contingent on?
Energy and gravity.
What is energy? So what is the eternal piece here?
The universe.
What is not contingent?
Well, what are the basic components of the universe?
Energy, matter,
gravity, space.
Okay, so
time.
What one of those is not contingent?
So I would say matter is contingent, time, space, and energy.
Which one is not contingent?
I'm sorry. What's not contingent? Time, space, and energy. We can demonstrate are all necessary. So if they're all necessary, if they're all necessary, they've always existed. And if the manifold of spaces, or excuse me, the manifold of the universe has always existed, then there you go. So if it's always been here, so that's why I asked you, why is it only the two options? Either everything was created or something came from nothing. And I just showed you that that's not the case, that everything could have always existed. So, and we have evidence of that. So hold on, Yusuf, because you've been asking me a lot of questions, but you haven't really given me your evidence, right? So what's your evidence? Yeah. What's your evidence that God is real?
Like I said in the beginning, there's more evidence that there is a creator. It's more likely to believe that there is a creator of everything with a mind than that we had come from energy. You're saying there's energy created all of this. I don't see how energy can create a mind.
I didn't say energy created all this. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what is the initial point of creation?
Okay, so what I said that was that the energy and gravity made the conditions for matter to form, because E equals mc squared, theory of relativity, energy does convert into matter. So in a, I'm not going to go into the exact physics of it because number one, I don't know it intimately, but number two, that's not what we're talking about. I mean, if you want to challenge E equals mc squared, then I suggest you take that up somewhere else. But I'm just going to say E equals mc squared demonstrates that energy converts into matter. No, I haven't done the calculations myself, but why would I need to?
Well, you're just believing in someone else's calculations then.
Okay. So why does that matter?
So your evidence is basically just testimony of someone else.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that they're faking their testimony?
You don't. I mean, you could say that for anyone, that someone had claimed to be God, or claimed that they saw God.
So if I'm hearing you
We
right,
use the same inference.
okay. So what I'm hearing you say, Youssef, is when a body of scientists, they take one person's research, they replicate the exact steps, and they all come up with the same conclusion. Are you telling me that that's just testimony?
It's testimony, and you don't know for sure that it's true.
I don't
Is
know
that
for sure
correct?
that it's true. Okay. So
Yeah.
what you're saying, so what incentive would they have to lie?
Exactly. That's the point.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Well,
what incentive would
tell me what,
would the prophet have to lie?
okay. So if but see, here's the problem, Youssef. You've got one claim on your end. There's Islam, but then
Yeah.
but you have prophets in other religions. So you've got
Okay.
prophets in Hinduism. You've got prophets in the ancient Greek gods. There was oracles, that worked with the Greek gods, and they were passing the message of the Greek gods. Are those true?
No, those aren't true.
Those
But
aren't true. Okay.
When I came on, you said, which God do you believe in?
Right. Right.
I believe
So
in the
you
God
you
of the
clearly
Quran.
don't believe in those gods, although they use the exact same method that Muhammad did, right? Because they received
Yeah.
messages from their gods and they
Well, there's
relayed
no way
those
to
messages.
test it.
Right.
There's no way to test their
That's my
claim.
whole point. There's no way to
I can
test
test
it.
the claim of the Prophet Muhammad.
You can
This is
test
how
the
I can
claim of the
test it.
Prophet Muhammad. And how can you
Yeah.
do that?
Well, we have a huge biography of him. He's probably the most written down person in history.
Okay.
With people walking around him for his lifetime and wrote down
Yeah.
everything he said and did. And we have a lot of evidence of what he said and did. Now it's just all about whether his claim is true or not.
Okay.
Right?
All right. So we can test some of the claims that Muhammad made, right?
Right. There's one huge claim, and that's that he got revelation, right? I think that's the one we should focus on.
Yeah. We got revelation. And does that include
Right.
like moral claims?
Moral claims? What
Yeah.
do you mean by that?
Like did Muhammad make any moral claims? Like what is right and what is wrong?
Well, that would have come from the God that gave him revelation.
Yeah. And so did
So that's where we should start.
did Muhammad pass on these claims or these moral things from God?
He passed on moral claims from God.
Yeah.
Well, from God's moral claim. Well, we have to see whether this is coming from God or not first.
Okay.
You're making it seem like these are moral claims coming from the prophet.
Okay. So did Muhammad make any moral claims?
Like on his own, I'm sure he made some moral claims on his
Are
own
there more-
without the revelation.
Are there moral claims in the Quran?
Yes.
Okay, so there are moral claims in the Quran. And did everything from the Quran come from Muhammad?
No.
Was it revealed by Muhammad?
No.
No?
No. It's revealed by God.
They're all claimed by. Okay, but how did they get into the Quran?
I don't know if you understand how the revelation came through the angel Gabriel to
I think I understand.
the Prophet Muhammad.
Youssef, by
And
the
then
way,
he
this is
would
my
recite-
friend. Oh, sorry. I want to pause for a second. This is my friend Ems. Ems is very well studied on the Quran, so we can kind of back me up. And we won't gang up on you. I will probably take a step back at this point. I'm just trying to understand from your point of view, like if whether or not there are moral claims in the Quran. That's all I'm trying to find out.
Well, what does a moral claim have to do with whether God exists?
Well, because you agree or disagree that if these are moral claims and that Muhammad just made up these claims, wouldn't that doesn't really demonstrate that they come from God, right? Do you
Yeah,
believe
whether
every
they're-
word? Does every word of the Quran come from God?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, are there moral claims in the Quran?
Yeah, but what's your grounding for morality?
Okay, I just really. Why are you asking questions with questions? It's
Why?
a yes or no.
I can't ask a question.
Yeah, you can ask a question, Youssef, but
So
it's
why you can assert your
it's a bit-
worldview on me, but
it's
I
a
can't
bit
do it on you.
intellectually dishonest if I ask you a question and then you come back at me with a question because it sounds like you're evading the question.
No, because you're assuming you have the high ground of morality already. So
How
why
do you-
should I?
How do you say that?
Because you're asking me for if the Quran makes moral views as if you're going to be the judge or whether that's an okay or not
Well, do you get your morality from the Quran?
from God. Yeah.
From God. And so, okay, so let's review.
So where do you
God-
get yours from?
God gave,
Can I ask you?
hold on,
Uh-oh.
I got to clarify and I'll answer your question in
Okay.
a second, but let me clarify. So just to clarify, Yusef, you get God gave us the words in the Quran, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And you get your morality from the Quran?
Well, there's some things that we get intuitively from God, yes, but other things are explained in the Quran, whether
Other things
they're
are explained in the Quran.
haram or halal.
Okay.
Yes.
So you get your morality from God.
Yes, we all do.
Perfect. That's all
And
I
my religion. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. So to answer your question, I'm an objective moral realist, so I get my morality from the laws of logic. So the laws morality is human derived; it's a human construct, and I see it as it's formed by the laws of logic, and it's grounded in the laws of logic, and the two pillars are freedom and well-being. So that's how I see it. So that's how I base my morality. So
Can anyone have their own logic into what's moral and what's not?
yeah, they can have their own logic. It doesn't mean it's right. The
There's
laws
no
of
real
logic,
grounding for it.
yeah, there is. The laws of logic are objective.
Who says that?
Who says that? It's self-evident.
According to who?
It's self-evident. I can prove it to you. So, what are the laws of logic?
Laws of logic?
Yeah, what are they? There's 3 of them.
I don't know on the top of my head.
Hmm?
I don't know on the top of my head.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle.
Mhm.
So, the law of identity. You know what the law of identity is, right? Easy.
No, I can't define it for me.
Okay, 1 equals 1. That's the law of identity.
Okay.
Okay, so things are what they are. So, in your mind, if all minds cease to exist, would the number 1 cease to become the number 1, or would it become something else?
It would always be number 1.
It would
because
always
God
be number
exists.
1, and that demonstrates that the law of identity is self-evident because it's the fabric of our reality. It's part of our reality,
Okay,
right?
well that's good. Can
Okay.
I respond to that?
Sure.
So
Do you agree or
so
disagree with
you
that?
believe? No, I agree in a sense.
Perfect. All right.
But let's say so 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? In any
Mhm.
possible world.
Yep.
So without any minds, would that still be true?
Because it's objectively true. Yeah.
Without any minds?
Yeah.
So how would you know it's true?
Because we just use the law of identity to identify the number 1.
How could you use a law of identity if there's no minds?
Okay. So you just agreed with me that the number 1
Because God exists.
would still be, well, I said if all minds cease to exist. God is a mind, right?
Okay,
God
so you're excluding God.
God has a mind, right?
Yeah.
Right? So I
Yeah.
asked you if all minds cease to exist, would the number 1
If God
still be
exists, yes.
still be the number 1 or no longer be the number 1? And
Okay, if
but
there
now
is
you're
no God,
okay.
then there's nothing.
Okay, so
Nothing
you're
exists.
okay. So now you're changing your answer to only if God exists, the number 1 would still be the number 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah, so-
why would it stop being the number 1 if God ceased to exist?
Because then nothing would exist.
Okay. I'm talking about the identity 1. So there would be no identity? So is it directly tied to existence?
Yeah, it's tied to God.
It's tied to God. I asked you if it was tied to existence.
No, because there would be no existence without God.
Okay. So this is what I'm trying. Okay. So hold up.
Yes, but can I go back to my question? If there was no
Yeah,
minds,
you ran out of
would there
time, so
still
I
be-
gotta, yeah, because we
gotcha.
kind of played this little game, but yeah, I'd hope
Yeah.
you stay up because I want to kind of get to the meat of your argument because you kind of went in circles with me, but if you can kind of get to the point,
Man, there's so much, man. There's so much to go.
yeah, but I mean, if
guess.
you just kind of get to the point, we can have a fruitful conversation.
I know. I'm just trying to push back a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
No
I
worries.
get this from Muslims all the time. I run through this all the time, so it's pretty standard. All right, let me stop and do the kickball. Hopefully, chat, you will. I'm like this close to just suspending the kickball because I want to exactly mask. That's exactly right. Actually, I think I'm going to do an.
off, bro.
Nope, I'm going to do an. I'm doing an executive. I'm doing a. This is a constitutional monarchy, so I'm going to step in here real quick. Because yeah, I
Oh, I
want
can't
to.
even see the comments.
Yeah, I want to get to. I really want to get to like the meat of it. So there's some meat here. There's so much meat on the bone. All right. So I'm gonna suspend the vote, chat, because we got a lot of meat on this bone here. All right,
Okay.
Yusef. All right. So you ready? I think you're
Right,
ready.
grill me, man.
Right on, man. No. It's not so much about grilling you, but I wanna get to. You said you have questions for me, so go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to get kind of the same topic we're talking about. If there is no minds, and your worldview is 1 + 1 still 2,
Yep. It's mind
what grounds
independent.
that?
It's mind independent.
What grounds that?
Laws of logic.
But there is no logic without minds.
Where's
Is there
logic?
logic without a mind?
Yes, the laws of logic exist without minds.
What grounds that?
What grounds that? It's self-evident and foundational. So, like I said, if the number one will always be the number one. So, can you demonstrate to me that the number one will be anything else but the number one?
No, I agree with you. It'd always be 2.
Fantastic.
The
Okay.
number one, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
So,
just saying, how can you come to that conclusion when there is no minds?
well, because again, the laws of logic are how we identify. This is how we look at our world. This is how we view our world, right? Like we see things and we identify it. The second law of logic, squared circle, is that logical or is that illogical?
Illogical.
A squared circle is illogical?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's contradictory.
It's impossible.
Right? Yeah, it's impossible. It's contradictory. So that means it doesn't exist, right?
That's right.
Okay.
It will never exist.
Will it ever exist? Yes, it'll never ever exist. So that's the law of non-contradiction.
Right. I agree with that.
Fantastic. Okay. So that's how I can conclude that the laws of logic are foundational to this reality. Because unless you can demonstrate for me how we can make any deductions or inductions or conclusions about our reality without using the laws of logic. Can you demonstrate that for me?
I don't see how you could say something is true. Then what is
Thanks,
true
Monkey Boy.
if it's not a proposition?
Okay.
If you deny propositions without minds, you're left saying there are no truths.
Well, you can deny propositions because if they're just not true, you can push back on propositions individually, but what I'm talking about though is if propositions are true and it leads to a conclusion, does it make sense to deny the conclusion?
How can you draw that without a mind?
Okay. And I agree with you on that, but we have minds. So when I'm asking
but my scenario is no minds.
Your scenario is
How
based
can we
on
draw
minds.
that proposition is truth?
Well, we can't draw that conclusion without minds.
So
you're right.
It wouldn't be true.
What? How does that follow?
Be true?
How does something not be true because you don't have a mind?
Because that's the only way to determine if it is true with a mind.
So if you don't have a mind, it's not true?
How could you derive if it's true without a mind?
And that's why I'm saying it's independent of a mind. So I'm asking you, how does something suddenly not be true without a mind?
In my worldview, it'd always be true because God exists. But in your worldview, it doesn't.
How do you know what my worldview is? You don't know anything about my worldview.
Because you don't believe God exists, right?
So what? Wrong? Yeah.
Okay, so there is no minds. How is it true? 1 + 1.
If there are no minds, how is it true? Because it's mind independent. That's what objective means.
But how do you know it's true without a mind? That's the question.
The way I know it, well, I can't demonstrate it to you what it would look like without a mind. I'm saying to you, if you apply the laws of logic, then what makes it true are the laws of, because it meets the laws of logic. So what I'm asking you to demonstrate for me, and you keep ducking this question, and so I'm kind of getting impatient. The question you're ducking is, demonstrate to me that we can make sense of our world without the laws of logic. Demonstrate that to me.
Because God exists.
Okay. Because God and how does that demonstrate?
It's necessary.
Okay. How
ground logic.
And what are you using? What are you using to come to that conclusion?
Because there would be no truth or logic without God.
Okay. That's not what I asked you. What
So
I asked you was what
how I
tool
find it?
are you using to come to that conclusion?
That's what I'm using. It's a necessary truth. You need someone with a
Okay.
mind always eternally existing to
And
ground logic
and
and
what
ground truth.
tool are you
You don't have
using to get to that necessary truth?
without logic
You're
and
using
without God, there would be no logic.
Okay. Well, you're just kind of restating your claim. What I'm asking you is what tool did you use to come to that conclusion?
The same example we gave me, if one is always one, in
One
your
is
worldview, it would not. Or if 1 + 1 equals 2, is that always true? In my worldview, yes. In your worldview, no.
okay. Oh, so 1 + 1
If there
equals
is no
2. You're
mind.
saying that 1 + 1 equals 2 is not true in my worldview? Is not always true in my
If there's
worldview?
no minds, if there's no minds, how can you prove it's true?
Oh, boy. Okay.
I
How are you making this inference?
Because what is truth without a mind? It's a proposition,
What
isn't
is
it?
truth without a mind? Demonstrate that there's no truth without a mind.
How could you come to truth without a mind?
Okay, that's a question. I want evidence. Demonstrate that there's no truth without a mind. Demonstrate that.
I mean, it's pretty self-evident.
It's not
How
self-evident.
can you make what is truth if you deny
Demonstrate
propositions?
that there is no truth without a mind. You're just saying, how can there be? You're just asking questions. You're not giving me evidence. You're just making claims, statements, and questions. What I want is evidence. It's a piece of data that demonstrates what you're trying to assert.
Okay, if you don't have a mind, you cannot come to truth.
If you
Because
don't
what
have a
is
mind, you
truth
cannot come
without
to
a
truth.
mind?
And what is your definition of truth?
Why is that? I mean, what's true in all worlds?
Okay.
1
Well,
+ 1 equals 2.
then how do you know that there's truth if you can't define it?
You wouldn't be able to without a mind.
Okay.
But yeah.
So, okay, then you have a mind,
You
right?
have to go if you can't define something, it's not true.
All right. Do you have a mind right now? You have a mind, right?
I believe so.
How do you define truth then with that mind?
You use your mind to define it.
Okay. And what is the definition?
I mean, I can look it up. What's the exact definition of truth? Because I have a mind. But if you didn't have a mind, then you wouldn't be able to do that. In your worldview, if there is
Okay.
no minds, how
You're
do you
still
come
not
to truth?
answering my
That's the
question.
question. I don't think you can answer it. So you're trying to push it back
You
on
don't
me.
think I can answer
To be
what the
honest,
definition of truth is?
no, I know you can answer that because you
Okay.
have a mind.
Okay.
But if there is, how do you come to the conclusion that 1 + 1 is 2
Okay.
without a
So,
mind?
okay. I got to go back to my question and I'm just going to stay here until you answer it.
Can you answer
What
it,
is your
please?
definition of truth?
I can Google this really easy. What is that going to prove?
Okay, then Google it and tell me your definition.
It's true in all possible worlds, right? Like 1 + 1 equals 2 as an example.
Okay, that's an example. What's the definition?
All right, let's do it. I'm just looking up a simple definition. They're just giving you examples.
You might want to actually look up true because what it's going to tell you is that or which purports to be true. So truth is just going to point back to the root word
So
true.
it's using the same word.
Well,
Okay.
it's used as a root word, so you just got to look up the root word.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I would just advise you to look up the word true. Just define the word true.
What asserts is the case, the way things actually are in
Okay.
accordance with reality.
In accordance with reality. Okay. Do you agree or disagree with any of those? Which one do you agree with the most?
In accordance with reality, I guess.
Okay. So if your mind ceases to exist, do things suddenly become not true?
Not for me, because God exists.
Right. I'm talking about just things. So you're saying no, things still are true if your mind ceases to exist.
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying to me then is that nothing can be true without God.
Yes.
Right?
Without God,
Yeah,
you would
without a
yeah,
God, nothing can be true. That's essentially what you're saying to me.
that's right.
Okay, what is your evidence of that?
Like I said, if there is no God and there's no minds, can 1 + 1 be true?
That's a claim.
And
So that's
oh,
it's a
go on.
statement, it's a claim, it's an assertion. What I'm asking you is, what is the evidence that nothing will be true without God?
I just showed you. So I'll ask you again. If is 1 + 1 = 2 without any minds,
Yeah,
without God?
yeah, it is.
How do you know that's true?
The
What's the
reason
evidence?
why is it lines up with the laws of logic. Like we're kind of going in
Would
circles
there
here. I
be
already
logic without minds? Yeah, we're going in
not
circles.
logic itself. What is the difference between the laws of logic and logic itself?
What grounds logic?
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, what is the difference between the laws of logic and logic itself?
Logic itself is what logic is. The laws of logic are different types of, you know, how you explain logic.
The laws of logic are how you derive logic. So the laws of logic are like the processes or like the rules that we use to derive logic. Logic is the outcome or the output
Yeah,
of the
and
laws of
how do you
logic.
do how do you do that? Using what?
Well, we use our
Using your
minds.
mind.
Right.
Yeah. So if there was no mind, how do we come to truth?
Okay. So again, we use the laws of logic. And so what I'm,
But you don't have a mind. In this scenario, there are no minds.
yeah,
How do we come to truth?
you don't have any logic because that's the output and you use your minds to derive the output. Does that mean
Okay.
though, but you haven't demonstrated to me that the laws of logic are no longer here. You've only shown, yeah, and I agree
I
with you
am
on that.
demonstrating to you because if
No,
there
I
is
just
no
agreed with
minds,
you. I just agreed with you that that logic, the output, the outcome of the laws of logic cannot happen without a mind. I agreed with you on that. What I'm asking you is to demonstrate that the laws of logic would cease to exist if there are no minds.
say that again.
Demonstrate that the laws of logic would cease to exist without any minds.
I didn't say that.
I did. I asked you like 5 minutes ago, 10
No,
minutes ago.
I didn't say logic wouldn't exist without minds.
I said the laws of logic.
Yeah, I didn't say that wouldn't exist without minds.
Okay. So that being without any minds, right? So
Right?
you agree
In
with
my
me that
worldview, I believe God exists and He grounds all that.
I
I'm
understand
asking you, what grounds it for you? If there's no minds, what grounds truth?
the laws of logic,
Without minds,
the laws of
without minds.
logic.
Okay, we're not getting anywhere.
Yeah,
How
we're
could you
not,
have laws of logic without minds?
because the laws of logic are self-evident and they are part of this reality.
Who determines if it's self-evident or not?
I just demonstrated it to you. I gave you proof.
But you're a person with a mind.
Yeah,
If there were
I
no
demonstrated
minds,
it to you.
okay. We're
So
not getting
I
anywhere,
used
buddy.
the laws of logic and I showed you. I showed you this. I've shown you like multiple times.
Okay, in a
So
world, let's rephrase
so it's
it. In a
your
world
turn
where
to
there is no
demonstrate to
minds,
me that you have to demonstrate to me, because I demonstrated to you. I took you through the process. I walked you right through it. Chat, did I walk him through it? Just 1 yes, 2 no. So
I
well,
can't see the chats.
you can't see the chat?
That's pause for me, I think.
Okay.
But
Okay, yeah, they're all typing ones.
yeah.
I walked you right through it. So what I need you to do is demonstrate to me that there would be no laws of logic if all minds cease to exist.
I'm not asserting that.
Okay.
You are.
No, I
can't.
asked
I
you.
say they will always exist because in my
Okay.
grounding, God exists and
So-
He has a mind.
Okay,
In
so
your worldview, let me finish, please. In
You're
your worldview,
asserting things
there
in my-
is no minds,
okay, that's a straw man of my
right?
worldview.
Including God. Okay, so there is mind. Okay, fine. So what I'm saying, in this scenario, if there is no minds, was the laws of logic still exist?
Yes,
Okay. So
and I've
how do
demonstrated
you
that
come
to you.
to truth?
I demonstrated that to you multiple times. You don't come to truth because that's the outcome. That's the output.
So there would be
Lo-
no truth.
What is the difference between the laws of logic and truth?
Laws of logic determines what could be true or not.
Fantastic. That's
Okay,
fantastic.
so how would you do that without a mind?
Okay. Like I said, I agreed with you. Mind is required to have the output.
I hope the
Okay.
chat's really listening. How
The
could you
chat is really
define what
listening.
is true
The chat is
without a
really
mind? Well,
listening.
they must be confused. How could you prove anything is true without a mind?
Okay. Again, I agree with you on this. Okay.
Okay, so you wouldn't
But
know
that doesn't,
what's true.
okay, but I have not been saying that the entire time. I have said, what did I say, Yusuf? What, please
You
repeat back
said
what
the
I was
laws
saying,
of logic determine what's true. That's what you keep saying.
right?
But I'm telling you, you wouldn't be able to use the laws of logic without a mind.
And I agree with you.
So there would be no truth.
Okay. Can you, with a mind and
Would there
without,
be truth?
hold on, with a mind and without laws of logic, can you determine what's true?
With a mind?
The mind without the laws of logic. Can you determine truth?
Yes, on certain things, not all
Like how?
necessary truths.
Like what?
I
Give me
mean,
an example.
do you use the laws of logic when you look at your mother in case she exists?
Yes. So,
Okay.
yes,
How?
because law of identity. Okay. That's pretty self-explanatory. I can see my mother, identify my mother. I have evidence that identifies my mother. That's the law of identity. Law of non-contradiction. My mother, like, she can't be my mother and then somebody else, right? And then the law of excluded middle. She can't both be my mother and my sister at the same time, something like that. I'm kind of fucking up the law of excluded middle, but most people get what I mean. So that's how we use the laws of logic to determine my mother, who my mother is. So again, I ask you, give me an example where you can use your mind, but not the laws of logic to determine truth.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you though.
Okay.
I'm saying, how could you
I'm
define
asking.
truth without a mind?
I'm asking.
Are you trying to switch it up because you're stuck on this? Be honest.
No, I'm not stuck on this. When
You're
I'm asking,
stuck because how are you going to deprive truth without no mind? I don't think there's any way to answer that.
okay, yeah, there's no way to answer it because you need the laws of logic along with a mind to derive truth, to understand truth.
Without a mind, you wouldn't have any law of anything.
And I agreed with you.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to deprive truth without any minds.
Okay, but that doesn't.
That's the conclusion.
Okay, but again, we're not
So
talking
nothing
about
can be
truth. We've been talking about the laws of logic. Laws
No,
of logic. I
I'm
already
talking about
said.
truth.
Yeah, I know you're talking about truth. You're pivoting to truth, and I keep telling you the laws of logic are evident. They are part of our reality. They're part of our existence. So,
Okay.
so demonstrate that they're not. What else is part of our existence if not the laws of logic?
I know that the laws of logic are here. I'm saying you wouldn't be able to use that without a mind.
And I agree with you. Again, we're kind of hashing over this. We're
Okay,
going
so
in
how do you
circles
determine what's true with the laws of logic?
with my
You cannot
mind.
use the laws of logic without a mind.
With my
Therefore,
mind.
you can't determine anything is true
Okay.
if there were no minds.
Okay.
Yeah, so in a world where there is no minds, is 1 + 1 = 2?
In a world with no minds, is 1 + 1 = 2? No, because
Yes.
you need a mind to
Thank
derive
you.
that. Now,
Yes,
the
Jesus.
law of identity, because
you
the
very
law of
much.
okay, so the law of I never said otherwise. Point out where I said
1 +
otherwise.
1 would not equal 2 if there were no minds.
What? Point out where I said otherwise. When did I
I
say?
just wanted to reiterate that.
Okay, you reiterated it, but I don't.
Fantastic.
How do you see this as a winning point? I never said that. So again, you're straw manning me.
1 + 1 is not 2.
Okay, you're throwing up red
What is
herrings
it?
and you're straw manning me because I never said that. I never said otherwise.
I mean, you were avoiding it for a long time.
Avoiding what?
Answering that question.
I never avoided the question. I answered it.
When I asked you 1 + 1 = 2 without no minds, that's the first question I asked you.
And what did I say?
You went on this long tangent about the laws
I
of
did not. I
identity
answered
and
the question.
logic. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
So,
Take your time, man.
okay.
I'm gonna let you move on.
You're gonna let me? Oh, Jesus.
I'll
Are you
let
sure?
move on from this.
Because I'd like to get into your morality. You sure about that?
Honestly, it's been great. I think we could talk for a long time. Uh, I
Fuck.
enjoy actually having a conversation with you, but I do need to get back to what I was doing here at work. To be honest, in the middle of
All
the
right.
day. I don't know where you stay at, but probably don't want to mention it.
Yeah,
But I'm
no,
in
all good, man.
LA.
Well,
It's in the middle of the day.
Yusef, come on back another time.
Yeah,
All
I'm gonna
right.
shoot you a follow here. That way I know when you're on.
Okay.
All right.
Right
Thank
on,
you.
man.
Appreciate you.
See ya.
Take care.
Sorry, Ems. I was
Thank
trying to move the
Philosophy.
needle over. Oh my god. I was trying.
It's okay.
I-
I'm going to be dropping. But
All
thank you
right.
for the invite.
Thank you for
Yeah.
coming up. Appreciate you. All right. I gotta do a quick palate cleanse. I gotta do like a review with Monkey Boy here. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm good, man. I'm good, man. So yeah, I know I thought I could move the needle with him, but couldn't. So
There's a couple things I wanted to address about what he was saying.
Yeah.
Maybe even clarify.
yeah, it was like, because he was just saying, well, because we were just kind of stuck on this whole without a mind thing. And I was like, okay, granted, fine, granted. Without a mind. What was the caller's argument for God? Yeah, I think he was saying without God, we couldn't have anything, basically. And I was like, well, demonstrate that. That's all I was asking him to do. Demonstrate that.
I mean, one thing is when he was saying that you can't have truth without a mind, it sounded like he was saying it's a condition for having truth, that there's a mind.
Yeah, I think so. And I was like, okay, fine. I was like conceding the point, kind of, because I was like, okay, fine. Because like, I was like, okay, if I get into the weeds about this whole truth thing, I was trying to get fucking past it. And I was like, okay, if we get caught in the weeds in this, we're just going to be here all day, just arguing about truth. And I was just trying to get past it. That's all I was trying to do. But we still couldn't, because he was
He
just
also
like,
used grounding and stuff.
what's that?
That there's this common like phrase ground. How do you ground that they
Yeah.
use, and it's ambiguous because he was like, how do you ground truth? And it seems like sometimes they use ground to mean like, how do you justify a proposition?
Yeah.
But then that just becomes a category error because they're saying, how do you justify truth if that's how that's being used? But you could justify propositions being true. Like John has a dog, I could justify that's true. But truth is like a property of propositions.
Mhm.
Saying justified truth is kind of strange. Right? It doesn't really make any sense what that means.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think what he would have said was, then he would have said, well, you can't do without a mind. He just kept falling back to that, which I was like, okay.
Yeah, for that part, it sounds like he's defining truth in a way where a condition of satisfying something being true is that it has a mind. If
Yeah.
that's the case, it's just very clearly both what the ordinary person and philosopher is not saying, where when I say P is true, that means, I don't know, like maybe the ordinary sense of P is true and there's a mind. Like it doesn't, like when I say it's true, I like this pizza. It like, or I don't know, it's true, there's a rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Universe, like
Yeah.
it requires a mind or something.
Yeah. And in kind of a way, he was defeating his own argument, because then that's why I kept trying to get him to get to, okay, well, then that means that then if all minds cease to exist, but then he wouldn't go there with me. He kept saying, well, but I think Allah's mind still exists. Like, it was, yeah. So
Also,
I don't know, man.
the stuff about the numbers. I mean, yeah, I guess we shouldn't stick on it too much, but yeah, there's a whole can of worms in everything he was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was, but I was just really just trying to get him off of it, and I wanted to get to the meat of it, which that's why I had M's up here, and I was going to try and get into the Quran, and I think he sensed that maybe. And so I think that's where the weakness of the argument would have been, weakness of his claim. So I think he sensed that, and he just didn't want to, he was trying to avoid going there. So, which is too bad. But Oh well. But it is what it is, man. All right. Well, I'm gonna get back to it, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Cheers. All right. So yeah, I had to get something up there. I think I'm getting closer to bringing up like one co-host. I think I've kind of figured something out, but we'll see. I'm still like doing like some A/B testing. So, because yeah, I heard I had some issues with like lack of guests, and I had and I had like a couple of like co-hosts up, and then like people weren't requesting up. So I didn't want people to feel like they were being ganged up on. So I just paired it back to 1v1 for now, just so that I want to make sure that I get enough people, coming in, because that's what we're here for, right? Is to see the guests, what the guests have to say. So that's what it's all about. All right. So let's bring up our next guest. And just by the way, if you're in my guest queue, please be sure you're at least 18, that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or at absolute minimum, a mind that created the universe. And then also, please have evidence that your God is real. So let's go with Dylan. Dylan Real 7. How's it going, Dylan?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Thanks for waiting. How old are you?
22.
All right. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
Jesus Christ is Lord.
Okay. And what's your best evidence that God is real?
Yeah, I like to bring up my top 2 best pieces of evidence. We can dig into either one. My first one would be that the firmament, heaven, is right above you. It's not outer space. And then the second one would be if you go to people of a power, like billionaires and trillionaires, if you study what they do spirit cooking, like Obrina Abramovich. They do work with demons, so that would convince the show God is real.
Okay. So the firmament is right above us, and then so I guess we can take that we'll take one at a time. So what do you mean by firmament?
There's a glass dome above you.
Glass dome?
It's not outer space.
Okay. And are you using the biblical definition or a modern scientific one for like this glass dome?
Well, I guess, yeah, it does say in biblical sense.
In a biblical sense?
Yeah, but scientists agree that would be like a glass dome.
Science agrees? Which scientists agree?
Well, I would just say like NASA, their declassified operations, like Fishbowl Dominic 1962, which is them trying to blow up the firmament.
Okay. So they were trying to blow up the firmament, and what documents do we have that support that?
You have Operation Fishbowl Dominic 1962.
Operation
It's called Fishbowl Dominic, which means fishbowl of the Lord.
Okay. Operation. So if I type this in, I've never heard of this, so this is actually kind of interesting.
Yeah,
Operation
there's other ones by NASA too. Deep
Fishbowl
Freeze is another one.
1962. So if I see this would I find this on NASA's website?
Dude, you got to do a lot of information. Like, it's not just going to be like the first Google search and they're going to tell you,
Okay.
yeah, we shot rockets to the firmament.
Hold on. So Operation Fishbowl, that's what we're talking about. In 1962 is a series of high altitude nuclear tests in 1962 that were carried out as part of the larger Operation Dominic nuclear test program. All right. So let's see what it says. All the tests were to be launched on missiles from Johnson Island in the Pacific. And
It's just going to say them shooting missiles to try to blow up the atmosphere, but it's them, they found out about the firmament and they were trying to blow it up. Why else are they trying to send missiles into the atmosphere?
okay.
And it's called Operation Fishbowl Dominic.
Okay. Why would they? Okay. So why would all scientists not like, what's the purpose of like no scientist telling us about this?
Well, the purpose is if you hide Earth, you hide God, because people don't even know
Okay.
what they're on.
Why would scientists want to hide God?
Well, not all scientists. It's just be evil people like Jews and Freemasons and Jesuits.
Ooh, why those people?
Well, they're evil. They serve Moloch. I mean, just look at what they
serve
do.
Moloch? Okay. And so, okay, so what I'm trying to understand is, okay, what's the purpose of this though? What's the end game?
Well,
Like,
we're
what's
in a
Moloch?
spiritual warfare. It's a battle
Uh-huh.
between good and evil.
Battle between good and evil. Okay. And
Well, it's
so,
time for the good guys to start stepping up. We're getting our ass kicked, and I'm tired of it.
okay. But if now who are the good guys backed by? God?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're always winning.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
Well, wait, we're always winning, but how are we getting how are the good guys getting their asses kicked if
Well,
we're
in,
always
like
winning?
in Rocky, he got his ass kicked, but he still wins. So like, that's a weird argument to say you can't get your ass kicked and still win.
Okay. Well, because see, when I think of getting my ass kicked or somebody getting their ass kicked, I think of them losing. That's what I mean. So you're saying
Then I come
you're
back
just saying he's
stronger
getting
and I win the war.
okay. You're coming back stronger and win the war. Okay. So what I'm trying to understand then is, so you said Modoc is running.
Moloch, it's
Moloch.
a demon.
Moloch is a demon. Okay. So Moloch is.
This is serious stuff. They do it in Bohemian Grove. People of past presidents, bankers,
Mhm.
they do a ritual where they burn a kid in fire on an owl to the Moloch.
Okay. And so the end game is to win this spiritual war. And then what
No.
what does Moloch win? Like if Moloch wins, what happens?
Bro, Moloch will never win. Jesus already won.
Okay, but what is
But I'm
Moloch?
telling you,
what is
top
Moloch?
people with power do these rituals to make pretty much they do sacrifices to make deals with
All right.
a visible realm, the demons.
Okay, what is Moloch trying to win?
Bro, I don't know, bro. He's a fucking demon, dude.
He's a demon, yeah. But what's his end game? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's he winning?
I don't know, dude.
You don't
I
know?
know Jesus won. They'll never win.
Right, but but that's the thing. It's like, okay, so like if you watch a football game, right, or a baseball game, you know what they're trying to win, right? You know the end game. Like, so how does Moloch win? Like what are the parameters that demonstrate that he's won?
Probably everyone being atheist and serving him.
Everyone being atheist and serving him. So do you think I serve Moloch?
Well, I'll tell you, you're definitely probably helping him. You're probably vaccinated. You're probably pro-life.
Uh-huh.
You probably vote Democrat.
Uh-huh. I vote Democrat. Okay. So we can kind of test this, right? Although my chat wants to do an early kick bowl, so let's do that.
Yeah,
quick.
I'm too much of a real nigga. They always kick real niggas.
Oh boy. You
They
got
can't stand real words. They got to kick.
Yeah.
They get triggered.
Can't use the N-word. Can't use the N-word in my life. So I know which N-word you were trying to say, but you can't use that in my life. So I was trying to get to there was like a point I was trying to get to. So Operation Fishbowl, it does indeed say that they were shooting missiles up into the air. Doesn't say anything about them trying to blow up the firmament though. Or that they discovered the firmament. Doesn't say anything about that. That's why I asked him why would they not tell us about this? Like what's the point? And we didn't really quite hear that. But yeah. Can't use the N-word, even if it's the N that ends with an A. Can't use that. Can't use that in my life. Oh. If you guys have watched me for any period of time, you've never ever heard me say that word. And you never will. Not tell us, but NASA tell us what what it makes sense. No matter the color? Yeah. Yeah. No matter the color. Because again, I don't use those words. So all right. That was interesting. Okay. What is the Bohemian Grove anyway? Now I got to look all this shit up because. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. See, remove Dylan Reel 7. It says Dylan Reels Live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable to some audiences. So I got to remove Dylan Reel. So I did. So even TikTok was like, kick them out. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Repeated violations by your guests may lead to restrictions on your access to multi-guest live features. All right. So got him out of there. All right. Sorry, Dylan. Even TikTok said you got to go. I don't know if he's still here, but even TikTok said you got to go. So, all right. Well, that kind of tells me if I kind of hear that stuff, I'll have to just drop them because I don't want to get my shit restricted. Moloch, Xenopadre, Moloch, not Modoc, Moloch. I was corrected on that pretty harshly. Just want to say Moloch. I prefer Modoc. Okay. Xeno. That's funny. I prefer Modoc. I'm just going to call him Modoc because I like it. Okay, that's cool. Modoc. Okay, we're just going to call him Modoc from now on. Oh, man. Motrin? Not Motrin. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wait. Something's in Northern California is where political and billionaires get together to talk. Okay, I think it was some place, right? Which place is this? This is Tilting Windmill saying this in YouTube. What's this place you're talking about, Tilting Windmill? Probably one of the places you mentioned, but it was going all over the place. So I was having trouble keeping up. Is this the Dominic Murdoch? Yeah, Blaster Master. It's all about ego for them. They like feeling special, like they have some secret knowledge that we all deny. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, by the way, all mods, since I know a bunch of you are in here, just make sure that you're seeing me in on Discord. Ideally, if you join my Discord server, just like DM me or something, just so I have all your names. Only because I set up a private channel for all of my mods on all my platforms. So all my mods on TikTok, all my mods on YouTube, I set up a private channel because there's some like couple of announcements that I put in. I just want us all to be on the same page. And I have like some new like policies, I guess, procedures. Nothing really like out there, but it's me, your new mod. Hey. Egg, right on. So if you're in my, so you can see this in my Discord. So if you're a mod and you haven't joined my Discord, please do. So then you'll see and then once you get verified, then you'll see the private channel in there. So private channel called something to the effect of like live stream mods. I think that's what it's called. But I got some important stuff in there that I want everybody to see. So just FYI. And not a big like hurry to do that. Mods are real ones, yeah. The real mods. But not a big hurry to look at it, but you know, sooner than later, right? Okay, let's move on to the next folks. So I will prioritize first timers. So I see 2 returnees here, but I will prioritize first timers. Let's bring up Elden Crow. Next. How's it going, Elden?
Oh, thank God. I hate following that last guy, but I'm glad to be on here.
Well, okay. Well, thanks for waiting. Appreciate you. How old are you?
Anytime. I'm 34 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Happy birthday. And which God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in the God that the Bible talks about.
All right. Fantastic. Okay. And what's your best evidence that your God is real?
Well, so I'm not gonna lie to you, man. So your question here and the thing that you put in here is, best evidence that God's real, right? That He exists. It's very easy to prove historically, through our knowledge of like stars and moon patterns. I forget what, astronomy. No, yeah. Is it astrology or astronomy? I think it's astronomy. Astronomy, geography.
Astronomy, geography. Okay.
So let me just get to it, right? So we can prove that Jesus was real, right? That
Sure.
or the person that we now call Jesus was real.
Okay.
That's the God of the Christians, right? So it's easy to prove that God existed, or the person that people believe to be God existed, right? It's harder to prove that He didn't.
Okay. Well, I'll grant you that it's
I have
hard.
plenty of evidence if you would like.
Okay. Well, I agree that it's hard to prove somebody doesn't exist or didn't exist. I think it's harder to do that. And I think just for about everybody, it's really hard to prove a negative.
Well, no, like it's easy to prove that Hercules didn't exist, right? It's easy to prove that the Gorgon didn't exist, right? That's not the same thing as saying Jesus didn't exist.
Okay.
Or, what was his name? Yeshua.
Well, we have, like, for example, Josephus, who wrote about both Jesus and Hercules. So then that would mean, now you would Josephus's writings be one of your pieces of evidence that Jesus existed?
No.
No?
It would not.
It would not. Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, because that's a pretty typical one I hear, but so if we have
so you gotta understand, man, is that like the Bible as we know it today has been bastardized, changed hundreds of times, over and over. Like to say that the Bible is the word of God is ignorance. Right.
Okay.
It's people who don't understand their own history, their own culture, you know, what they're talking about.
Okay. Is your kid okay, by the way?
Yeah, she has a cold.
Oh, that sucks.
She has a cold, so she just wants to be held, so I'm holding her.
Oh, that's such a good dad. That's cool. Okay. Oh, looks like she's calmed down. Right on. Only because, like, if I'm taking you away from dad duties, then, you know, you can come back another day.
No.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, because I don't have a problem with crying babies. You know, I don't have a problem with it at all.
I have a problem with neglecting.
I hear you on that. And that's what I'm saying is, you know, if you need to do dad duty, by all means do that. Actually, but the other background music. Okay.
Yeah, I'll turn off let me turn that down.
Yeah, like the music.
Her favorite movie is Sing 2.
Oh, no. Okay, hopefully she doesn't freak out if she can't hear it. Okay. All right. Okay.
Daddy's in there.
There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Right on. I think we can. I think chat can handle the baby crying. But that with the movie in the background might be a little too much. But I think we can work with it. All right. All right. Yeah.
So, anyways.
Okay. So
I don't want to waste too much time.
Okay. So Jesus, you have evidence that Jesus exists, and actually, I'm not gonna fight you on that one. I'll just grant that as true. So if we just grant that Jesus exists,
we can move past that one.
yeah, we can grant. So if I grant that Jesus exists, now what's your evidence that Jesus is God?
Right. So, well, that's where you look at the Torah, right, and the actions that Jesus did, and he fulfills a lot of the prophecies.
Okay, you might be far away from your mic because I'm hearing the child loud more than I'm hearing you. So it's hard to hear, and I hear a dog drinking. Brother, it's got a lot going on in that house, huh?
All right.
Hey, listen, Eldon. I think I'm gonna drop you only because there's just a lot going on and it's really hard to focus on you. I hear you, man. I know you waited a long time, but there's just a lot going on right now. So how about this? Come back in a little bit, like when just things are a little bit quieter. I can deal with like the baby, but then when I hear the dog drinking water and then like you're kind of far away, sounds like you got your hands full, brother. So I just don't want to get away with. I don't want to get away with that. So come on back a little bit later, right? When it's quieter. Okay. And oh, baby, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better, baby. I know baby can't hear me probably, but feel better, baby. Come on back, Eldon. All right. Ooh, yeah. I think what did it for me was the dog drinking. And it's just a cacophony of sounds. That's all it was. That's all it really was. It's like it was just a lot. And it was really hard. And I could hear like he's just got a hands full. And I get it, man. I remember when my kids were babies and they were sick, and yeah, it was a lot. I get it. So, but yeah, it was just, I get it. And you want to talk and all that. Yeah, it was a lot. And for us, and I understand that for like, you know, like for neurodivergent people, I know there's at least one in my chat that was probably like way over the top. So I'm kind of looking out for that. Your head looks handsome as always, Trust. Stummy. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Appreciate it. Yeah. But I think, yeah, for some people like those with misophonia, you know, I'm more like sensitive. I'm more like aware of that now. Like it doesn't bother me so much, but you know, I got to look out for my chat in a way too. Yeah. So that just might've been way too much, way over the top. Yeah. And I want to, yeah, of course I get it, but I was trying to give it like an opportunity to try to, you know, all that. But I see friends coming in. Black Liberator, it's good to see you. I saw one other friend in here, but I saw Holla Jack give me a hello. I was in the middle of something. So friends who come in are saying hello to all of you. It's good to see you all. So thank you all for being here. All right, let's move on to Avonlea. All right. Excuse me. And again, if you're in my chat, you guys know the deal. At least 18. Believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, the Quran, and have evidence that your God is real. All right, Avonlea, you're next. Thank you, Stummy.
Those little
How's it going, Avonlea?
pies down there, they will eat off of that. So I might do that.
Avonlea, you there?
Oh.
Avonlea. All right. Not awares. All right. Come on back in, Avonlea. Request up. Okay. Drop me. All right. So let's move on to the Last Crusader. Service internal error. That's weird. Let me try it again. There we go. They will eat off of that. Yeah. All right. The Last Crusader. How you doing?
Can you even hear me, bro?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Hey, not much. Thanks for waiting. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
I don't know.
God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran?
I don't know. My mom's talking to me. What's up? In a second. All right, what's up? What's going on?
I'm asking you, which God do you believe in?
Both, I think.
Both? God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran?
Yeah, that's the same thing, bro.
Okay, God of the Bible. All right. And what's your best evidence that this God is real?
Me, dude.
You? How so?
Because
Yeehaw!
you, dude.
Because of me?
Yeah.
Oh, there's some implications to that, but I'm not going to go there because
Huh?
no, no.
Dude, weren't you an ex-Christian, bro?
Yes, I was.
That's the reason, bro.
That's the reason? That's the reason
Yeah.
God is real is because I'm an ex-Christian? How so?
Yeah. Because you still have the Holy Spirit, bro.
I still have the Holy Spirit?
Hmm.
Okay. And how do we know that?
Because
Because
me, dude.
of you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still quite not tracking. Okay. So let's kind of review this. So when I asked you first, what's your evidence of God? You said me. And then I said,
Mhm.
how? And then you said, well,
Yep.
you. And
Yeah.
then I asked, well, how so? And you said, well, because you used to have you have the Holy Spirit or used
Sure.
to have it. And then I said, okay. And then how do we know that I have the Holy Spirit? And you said, because
Yep.
of me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the same thing.
I'm lost.
Same.
All right. I'm lost. I don't, yeah.
I was talking to that one guy, that monkey guy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he was like saying something.
Okay. Well, you're talking to me now, right? So,
Yeah, I'm talking to you, but then
Okay.
he was talking to me.
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
the same thing.
okay.
You praying, bro? You praying?
No,
dude.
I'm trying to figure this out.
That's the same
I'm totally
thing, dude.
lost. So, okay. So help me out here. So, okay. Your evidence is
Mm-hmm.
you
Mm-hmm.
and me
Mm-hmm.
and you. That's the evidence.
No.
Okay. Can you kind of expand, like, why is it you?
The Holy Spirit's in me, bro.
Holy Spirit is in you. Okay. What?
Right.
Okay. And how do we know the Holy Spirit's in you?
Because I'm talking to you, bro.
You're talking to me. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. And you have the Holy Spirit.
And I have the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you're still an ex-Christian, but you're not.
Okay. And
Yeah.
how do we know all this?
Because I just told you, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you told me because I have the Holy Spirit, and I'm asking you, how do you know we both have the Holy Spirit?
Because you're an ex-Christian, bro.
Because I'm an ex-Christian. Okay. And so how does that make that true?
Because you're still in the church, bro.
I'm still in the church. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm talking to you right now.
We're talking. Okay.
Yeah, on TikTok.
Okay. And
Yeah.
I'm still trying to understand how that demonstrates that we both have the Holy Spirit, because
Bro
we're
said
talking?
illogical in the chat. What is bro talking about? All right, my
Yeah.
bad.
No. Talk to me, because you got to focus on me. Because I can
Yeah.
send you back down to chat. You can talk with chat all day. But yeah.
No,
talk to
all
me.
right. I won't do it again. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. So help me out here. Okay. Help me out. Because I don't want to like spawn kill you, because they got an early kick bowl on you already. So
I'm not surprised, dude.
we got
Not
about
surprised.
6 minutes left. All right.
Yeah.
So help me out though. Help me out, Last Crusader.
Mhm.
What characteristics of a person does a person have that shows you that they have the Holy Spirit? Like, what characteristics?
Jesus, bro.
Jesus. Okay. Well, Jesus is a
Yeah.
characteristic or a person?
No, it's like he's like us because we have the Holy Spirit. Remember?
Okay. Yeah. Well, here, how about this? Help me distinguish, what does a person look like when they don't have the Holy Spirit? Like, what do they do? What do they say? What do they look like? Just give me some like if you look at it like this. If you and I were like, let's just say you and I were like at a mall, right? And there's a whole bunch of
Sure.
people walking around. And I
Yep.
asked you, okay, point out someone to me who doesn't have the Holy Spirit. How would you know? Like, what would they look
Well,
like?
I can't do that.
Okay. You can't do that?
Yeah. Do you remember that the Father doesn't even have a face?
Well, hold on. Do I remember what?
The Father doesn't have a face, bro.
The Father doesn't have a face. Okay.
Do you
Well,
remember that though?
Oh yeah, I remember that, but that's a bit of a
The
contradiction.
same thing, dude.
Well, it's a bit of a contradiction, because it does also say that the Israelites were able to dine with God, so they did see his face.
Yeah, that's Jesus, dude. It's the same thing.
No,
Remember the
not
Trinity,
Jesus.
bro?
God in the Old
Yeah,
Testament.
that's just Jesus is God, dude.
Yeah, Jesus is God. Right.
Oh, so you believe he's God now?
No, I'm going by what your Bible says.
I'm going by what you say, dude.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I don't believe in Jesus or God.
Yeah, I know you believe in him, bro. Chill.
How do you know that?
Because you just told me.
No, I don't. I don't believe in God.
Why
or
don't you believe
Jesus.
believe in him
Because
anymore?
there isn't any evidence to demonstrate.
You
that
literally
God
read the
exists.
Bible, bro.
Yep, I read it.
Yeah,
and
but
that's how I became an atheist.
That's
you-
not how that works. What is your foundation for ethics, bro?
My foundation for ethics
Yep.
is objective morality.
That's the same thing, dude.
It's the same thing. How so?
The Bible, bro. I literally just said it.
Yeah. So the Bible. All right. So objectively.
Do you know? Don't kick me, bro. Don't kick me.
Oh no. I'm going to do a kick poll, but we got about 3 minutes left. But is it okay?
You
Objectively
mean 13
speaking.
minutes?
No,
bro?
3, because they did they met
13:37, dude.
Yeah, they met the early goal, and so that means at 10 minutes,
bro.
we triggered the
These guys
kick
don't
goal.
even want to hear Jesus speak, bro.
Well, yeah, but I'm giving you 3 minutes. But hey, if you help me with this question, this might help. So help me out here. Do you have like a sister or maybe a female cousin, something like that?
Yeah, I have all those. Yeah.
You have all those? Okay. Under what circumstance would it be objectively moral to have if your parents sold your sister?
That would be pretty immoral.
That'd be pretty immoral? Okay.
hmm
And so why does God allow it?
Because he's infinite. What do you mean?
He's infinite. So if you're
Yeah.
infinite, you can just you're allowed to
Do anything you
let
want.
daughters
Yeah.
sell. Why?
No, dude. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying? Because I'm asking you why God allows it.
Do you believe in the Big Bang or what?
Yeah, that's a huge
Or-
pivot. But let's kind of go back to
I know
the
it's a
question.
huge pivot, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to explain it to you. So you asked me to answer. So
Well, how does the Big Bang theory relate to selling your sister?
because isn't the universe infinite, bro?
Yeah, it's infinite.
So the universe is God.
Okay, so if the universe is God, that
Mhm.
makes it. I'm trying to understand. And if you already said that it's objectively immoral to sell your sister,
Mhm.
and the reason why God allows it is because the universe is infinite and the universe is God.
No, it's more sophisticated than that.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to ask you. How Why does God allow selling your sister?
Because
if
you
it's
ground your
objectively-
ethics in Him, the infinite, bro.
Yeah, but see, I don't ground my ethics in him because
You
I
ground
think
Him in the universe.
right, but I
That's the same. It's the same thing.
I don't no. I don't ground it in God, and here's why. Because God allows the selling of sisters, of your sister.
Oh, why
right?
does that matter?
Why does that matter? Because it's
Why do
wrong.
you care? We're just nothing, right?
It's wrong to sell people.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? It's objectively immoral.
How do you
Because
know it's objectively immoral?
It infringes upon people's freedom and well-being.
Yeah,
And
okay,
if
yeah,
it
no.
infringes upon it doesn't. So selling.
I mean, it does. But why do you
It
care
does,
about
but
freedom?
it doesn't. It does,
Yeah.
but it doesn't.
Why do you care about freedom, bro?
The reason I care about freedom is because that's one of the things needed in order to flourish. And so,
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So if I need that to flourish, that means you need that to flourish, right? So,
Yeah,
and
correct.
likewise, your sister needs freedom to flourish, right? So if we're
Yes,
selling
I
your
agree.
sister, we're taking her freedom away, which means that's a
Mhm.
contradiction.
Yeah, I know
therefore
it's a
immoral.
contradiction, dude.
Therefore, it's immoral. So that's my objective
Therefore, it's
morality.
immoral. How do you know
Yeah.
contradictions are wrong?
Contradictions are not true because that's
How do you know they're
it's a
not
basic axiom of logic.
true? I'm asking for your epistemic foundation, dude.
It's a basic axiom of logic.
That's the same thing, dude.
How so?
Because it's an axiom itself.
Okay. How so? 30 more seconds, guys.
30 more seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said 10 minutes.
No, at 10 minutes we do the kick poll.
Okay, why is everyone screaming in the chat?
Because they're waiting for that 20 seconds to happen.
Oh, why are you? I thought you wanted like some real meat.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to give you some real meat, but you
I know.
want to kick me so fast.
Well, I didn't want to spawn kill you because they met the goal at like a minute.
They're
in.
trying to spawn kill me right now, dude.
Well, no, they didn't. They could have spawn killed you at like 2 minutes in, but I decided
It's
not
10
to.
minutes now, dude.
Yeah. Okay. 10 minutes. All right. Kick poll time, everybody. So you guys know what to do. Happy face to keep the last crusader, or crying face to move on to the next guest.
I mean, if you guys keep me here, I'll actually just reveal everything to you right now. So
That'd be
if you really
fantastic.
want to, okay.
That'd be fantastic. Oh,
All right.
oh.
We'll
You
let
know,
it be, dude.
This let's see what the okay.
Bro said 33. Jesus died at 33, bro. They had 33 on there.
Yeah, it had 33. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
you are 33, dude.
We might, I don't know. This might actually enter the Hall of Fame. This might.
Yeah, I
don't know, we're
know.
getting close.
That's
Okay.
the point, dude.
So okay, 30 seconds left. So help me out, Last Crusader.
I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm trying to still understand. If you say it's objectively immoral to sell your sister,
hmm
I'm trying to understand if, and you get your morals from God, how then, how is it okay for God to allow the selling of your sister?
Because I am he, dude.
You are he?
I have the Holy Spirit, dude. Don't you remember?
Okay, gotcha. Well, hey, listen, it was, they want to move on to the next guest, but hey, appreciate you
That's
coming
fine
up.
with me.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Have a good one.
You too.
Okay. Just missed the Hall of Fame. Just missed. I think a minimum like qualification would be at least 50 votes. And it was 49, so just missed it. But that might have qualified. Okay, I have a question. Tommy has a question. I have a question. Do you agree with the statement that Jesus technically blanked himself? That word blank, like, I'm not sure what the word blank means in this context. So I'm not sure how to answer that. Offed himself? Is that what you mean? You mean that, Stummy? Like, oh, okay. Unalived himself. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, Jesus. What's it called? Jesus sacrificed himself to save us from himself. I'll speak normal now. My bad. Okay. Well, Last Crusader, you had a chance to speak normal. Up here. All right. On to the next. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of new folks in here. We'll come back to Elden Crow, but for the ones who just walked in and are sitting in the chat, so again, please believe in a God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran. Please be at least 18. Oh, Elden left. Okay. Please be at least 18. Believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and then also please have evidence that your God is real. All right, we'll bring back Eldon Crow. Hopefully the noise issues have been worked out. So, all right, we'll give Eldon Crow a second chance. All right, Eldon, how you doing?
Doing good.
Oh, okay. How's your kid? Kid doing all right?
She's happy and content.
Good. Happy to hear that. All right. Okay, you understand. It was just a lot. There was a lot going on there.
Yeah.
I tried to make it
sure,
work.
man.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. So we were trying to understand. Okay,
So
you
we
said
established
evidence of
was
Jesus.
real.
Yeah, Jesus is real. And
Right.
then the next question I was trying to get to is then what evidence do you have that Jesus is God?
Jesus is God. Well, so let's look at what that question is, right?
Okay.
So define to me what God is.
It's a mind who created the universe.
It's a mind who created the universe.
Yeah.
So here's my question with that, right? Is how can we don't fully comprehend what lightning is, right? And I'm using this as an example because lightning is one of the most utilized aspects of God's, like of a God of multiple kinds of religions, smiting things or doing things, right? Lightning is one of the things that men have looked up and said, oh, there are gods, and that's it doing something, right? So, but we don't, like, we have a pretty good we understood it because modern people understood that lightning was electricity about 250 years ago, right? We understand that it's electricity. We understand that there are certain ways in which we can produce lightning in a lab.
Okay.
But those exact conditions don't exist in storm clouds.
Okay.
Right? We can't, in modern day science, as of this date, say this is how lightning happens in reality.
Okay.
And you want me, a mundane person, to sit here and explain to you this is what a god is. This is the thing that created everything.
Yeah.
Like, do you see how that's like kind of jumping the gun a bit?
Not really. Because
No?
would you agree that everybody can see lightning?
Yes, but that just because you
Okay.
can and we have, so you're saying that because everyone can experience lightning, that therefore lightning, that we understand that lightning is real. And that's fair and valid.
Yeah. So we have
That's fair
there's
and
like a
valid.
level of like that it meets like the realism claim, right? Like
Right.
it kind of meets some level of realism. So it's not like lightning isn't a and when everybody sees lightning, they know what it is, right? Like they
Right,
don't
so
they don't mistake it
they-
for
well,
like
they-
some other things, right?
Sure. And so you could make the same claim about humankind
Mhm.
experiencing and living
Mhm.
through religion since, we started burying our dead.
Right. Now, you'd understand that we have independently verified lightning, right?
Sure, you can verify lightning, but you don't understand what lightning is.
Sure, but
you
we-
don't know how lightning starts.
Yeah.
Right? You don't know what triggers it.
We know what it is though, right?
We know it's electricity.
We know
it's
we know it's
energy.
electricity,
Yeah.
we know it's energy.
Sure.
When anybody sees what it is, they don't mistake it for something else, right?
Well, what about lightning balls? How long did it take us to figure out what a lightning ball was lightning?
Okay.
It took us, till this modern day. Before, we thought they were fairies.
Okay. So I hear that. But I'm trying to understand, are you saying then, just to be clear, I think we can kind of cut to the chase here. Are you saying that because humans once didn't understand lightning, that justifies believing Jesus is God today?
No. I'm saying that it is an unfair assumption to make that just because you can't physically prove that there's a God right now, that there isn't a God, right?
Okay.
That just doesn't track because we just don't have science that advanced.
Okay.
Well, I think I gotta get going. Yeah, we got a poopy diaper. Thanks for coming to get me, kid.
Hey,
All right.
I don't have a poopy diaper right now. Maybe later, Eldon,
well.
but Okay, so
Okay.
give me an hour, and maybe I will. No, I'm playing with you.
Sure.
All right, go handle your kid, and yeah, come on back. I'll be here for a while. Okay. Oh, we almost got it. It was good for like 6 minutes, and then the kid like jumped in again. Yeah. Yeah. I take exception to Eldon accusing me of having a poopy diaper. He doesn't know that. He has no idea that's true. So, at least presently. But hey, I love it when I see parents like in parent mode. So, I was about to get to the meat of that too. Oh man, I was almost there. But you know what? Parenting calls, man. So, I give no shade to the kid. Kid comes first. All right. Let's go to. All right. So returnees, I get to you second. So I have two, what I see as first timers. Oh, absolutely. Parenting is a high call. I agree, Phoenix. All right. Let's go to Tristan. All right. How's it going, Tristan?
Hi, hello. Can you hear me all right?
Good. Oh, you're sideways.
Oh, am I?
No, you're
Oh, yeah.
yeah, your profile picture
Correct.
sideways. All right. So that's interesting.
Correct, yeah.
All right. Yeah, nobody on YouTube can see that, but that's all right. Thanks for waiting, Tristan. And how old are you?
I'm 25.
All right, fantastic. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
Well, I grew up a Christian and was previously atheist and then previously again agnostic. And so I'm here with just like a lot of curiosity of already with what you said in previous conversations you have with people.
Okay.
And I've been personally following a mentor of mine has given me his evidence for God that I personally haven't been able to refute, which has made me agnostic again. And so I kind of wanted to bring that here today and see if you had anything to say about that.
Yeah, well, we can kind of go over it quick. I do want to talk to believers, like agnostics. I hear you. I was there once. I am here to talk to believers, but
Okay.
I'll give you a few minutes. Are you driving, by the way?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay, I got to drop you. Sorry. So if you're driving, I can't have you up here on the live. So that's why I had to drop you, because it will get both of us in trouble. It'll get my live restricted, and it will get your privileges to be on lives restricted. So sorry, nothing personal, but it's a TikTok terms of service thing. So you can't be driving. However, Tristan, I encourage you to join my Discord. If you have some questions there, I'm more than happy to take you up on those. And we'll have a lot more time to go over them, because I was going to give you like a few minutes, and that may not have done much justice to what you were trying to find out. So, but yeah, join my Discord. Come on back. But yeah, I don't like turning away agnostics, only because, you know, they have questions, and I was in that stage. However, you know, I got a job to do. So that's how it goes. Okay. So let's go to it's Tony. All right. Last Crusader, you just got to wait. I got to get through the first timers first. How's it going, it's Tony?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, good. I'm doing well. How old are you?
29.
All right. And which God do you believe in?
I think same fundamental software, different operating systems as you go from book to book.
Okay. Do you believe in a mind that created the universe?
I don't want to say the word mind. I mean, I'm not going to posit human features to a divine entity.
Okay. Does this divine entity have intent and purpose?
It has benevolence.
Has benevolence? Did it create with intent and purpose?
Yeah.
Okay. I think close
Yes.
enough. I'll run with it for a few, but yeah, I really want to talk to people at minimum who believe in mind that created the universe, but you're saying this entity doesn't have a mind, or it does?
Well, I
Just
mean,
trying to clarify.
when we say mind, what are you talking about? Like, are we
Function of the
just
brain.
conscious? You're talking about consciousness.
Either consciousness, it's consciousness, intent, emotions.
Definitely not a physical brain, right? I
Not a
mean, you could
physical
say,
brain.
you could say like nodes. You could say nodes. I think
Okay.
that's fair.
Does it? Okay. And does it like? But it had an intent. Did it create
Yeah.
with intent? Okay. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like right on the line, but I'll run with it. Okay. So, what's your best evidence that this God is real?
The Casimir effect,
Casimir effect. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that. So,
the
could you?
manifestation of virtual particles in vacuums where there's no interaction. And
Okay.
it also explains a expanding universe, which is vacuum.
Okay. How do vacuums and the Casimir effect? I'm not sure how that follows because, like, it says
So,
the Casimir effect vacuums, therefore God. So there seems to be a gap
well,
there.
yeah. I mean, I can extrapolate on it. Or elaborate on it. The Casimir effect states that when two plates are put inside of a vacuum together, they end up closer together. And you keep in mind, these are not magnetic plates, which means that mass has to a mass on the outside of them to push them closer together. Now, keep in mind, this is a vacuum.
Okay.
So this is literally the manifestation of something from nothing. There is
Okay.
no energy source. There's no origin, but something's being created from it.
Okay.
And like the lightning example given, which was very, very close, and I was like, man, it's just right there. This one is nobody can understand it. Nobody understands it, but we know that it's factually affecting a physical reality, but we can't attribute any causation to it whatsoever.
Okay. So I'm still like I probably need to like read up a bit on the Casimir effect, but I'm still trying to parse out like how that demonstrates this God that you're talking about, like this being. I'm still trying
It's
to.
the being, it's creation.
It's creation, right? And so you're saying the Casimir effect is somehow this creation, and so I guess I'm still kind of lost here.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's the manifestation of virtual particles from nothingness,
Okay.
and that's the greatest example I would say of God,
Okay.
because there clearly has to be some intent, because we don't see it's always the same direction. It's always the manifestation of them, not the reduction of them. It's not the
Okay.
reduction of the plates. It's always the exact same sequence.
Okay. So it sounds like it's your answer to the something from nothing conundrum. Am I hearing that? Because I've heard something from nothing a couple of times.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
mean,
about right?
that's definitely like the grounding base of all of it. I mean, it was like, yeah, that's something there that nothing can be explained. And I mean, it just goes back to the there was a point made earlier. It was before the lightning thing in the previous conversation with the guy who might have been totally trolling. Should have written it down, but yeah, regardless, I mean, that's point one. I mean, and the benevolence factor, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, well, you were talking about morality, right?
Okay.
I'd really like to hit more on that if you're open to it.
Yeah, we can kind of, I guess we can pivot to that if you want to. So what about that?
Well, you had said that there's an objective morality without absolutism, and it's like, well, I would just call that a social contract.
Okay.
I wouldn't call that morality at all.
Well, I would agree. Well, I think, in that sense, morality itself is like a human construct. It's a construct from the mind. It's just.
But do you believe in objective morality?
Yeah, it is objective, and because it's grounded in the laws of logic. Yeah.
Okay. So
even though it is a human construct. Yeah.
So I definitely want to roll this one out. So what about it is objective? What was the example you used? Because I was kind of like going in and out of this conversation. What was the specific example you used?
So what makes it objective is that it's grounded in, it's foundationed in the laws of logic, and I think, and one of the parts of it is that one of the things that we try to do here as beings is we try to not only survive but flourish. And so when we try to flourish, two main things we need to flourish are freedom and well-being. So that part of it, we'll just stop right there. Do you agree or disagree with that? Just what I've said so far.
I definitely don't want to like play the semantics game, but I mean, if we say if so flourishing, you're saying that it's wrong to take someone's freedom because it restricts their ability to flourish, correct?
Mm-hmm. It restricts their ability to flourish, while at the same time asserting your right to flourish. So if we're all asserting our rights to flourish, or we're asserting our, we're here to flourish, and what we're doing is we're asserting our freedom and well-being. Because if we're here to flourish and we need freedom and well-being to flourish, that means we are entitled by default to freedom and well-being. So if we are entitled to that and we're taking it away from somebody, Tony, then that's a contradiction, and that violates the law of non-contradiction. Therefore, it's immoral.
Okay, so and that might be the point that I didn't hear before. That's because you got kind
filling
of
in the blanks. Yeah,
two things working in tandem there. Yeah. So because my point was, well, by that logic, you would say that a higher income can absolutely propel someone to flourish. Therefore, a higher income is objectively moral. And you can even make the argument that capitalism, therefore, is objectively moral because it allows somebody to flourish.
As long as it doesn't infringe on anyone else's freedom and well-being, it's objectively moral. But we can see that there are certain aspects of capitalism that are objectively immoral.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just that second part, I don't think I either heard or I don't think it was said before. And I was like, well, that's kind of a caveat.
Yeah. So I would say there's just big parts of capitalism that are objectively immoral because it prioritizes profits over people.
Okay. Yeah, I just thought that the leading argument was like if it allows somebody to flourish, therefore it's
yeah, that's definitely like a small piece of it. Yeah. So
okay, right on. All right, man, I'm gonna jump off here. Let somebody else bring
all right.
up.
Right on, Tony. That was quick. Right on, brother. See ya. That was quick. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing, is that ultimately you have to prioritize people's freedom and well-being, ultimately. And if there is a system, if there is a process, or if there's actions that do not prioritizes others' freedom and well-being, then it's immoral. It's just, that's what my objective morality stems from, where it is. Ooh, capitalism. W, communism. Just not the Stalin communism, just not that part. But that wasn't communism. They were trying to get to communism. So technically, but I think that's like my only like issue with that. No real communism. Yeah. See, the real one, just the avenue that it goes down. I mean, this can be like a whole different conversation for a different day, but it's kind of my issue with it. I think there's another way to get there without having to unalive people. Yeah, and we've never had the real one, so we don't really know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, because I don't know, I'm kind of going off in the weeds just a tiny bit, but true communism, everybody has to be in true communism, right? Everybody has to, because if you're just only, if you're just getting to that point, everybody has to be in it, right? It's kind of an all or nothing thing, right? Because it's about redirecting the means of production, right? And so if we're redirecting the means of production, well, part of the problem is that if you're in a, if you're on a globe and then there are other countries that are not practicing that, ultimately there's going to be a resource issue. Yeah. There's like a resource issue, which means you have to get your resources from someone else, which means you rely on somebody else's means of production. And that could be problematic. So I don't know. I mean, again, I'm getting way out on the weeds, and that's not what this is about. So I'm going to reel it back. So, but I dropped it in the chat, let the chat fight over that. Sorry. I just it's like I dropped like a big chunk of meat into the lion's pit. Everyone's just going to pounce on it. Sorry about that. Hope I didn't stir up too much shit, but it's interesting to think about. But I mean, how to deal with emotions that cause not wanted behavior? How to deal with emotions that cause unwanted behavior? That's a good question. And I think there are different types of therapies out there to help with that, because that's kind of like emotions triggering unwanted behavior. Like, for example, addiction is kind of like that. Yeah. And I actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave it in the hands of Dr. Joe, because Dr. Joe is trained in this, like has the PhD for this shit. So I'm gonna pass that one to, I'm gonna punt to Dr. Joe. That's what I'm gonna do. Let you handle that. All right. Let's go with Phoenix Parker. It's been a while since we talked. So, hey, Phoenix, appreciate you waiting. It's been a while.
Yeah, no problem. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah. I guess you know, I don't want to go back into the communist stuff, so I'm not going to.
No,
There's
we
stuff
won't
that
go
could be
there.
said.
Yeah, there is, but well, you know what? Go into my politics chat and cut it up there on the Discord. Yeah, that's
Yeah. But I do think that I guess, have you seen the new Alex O'Connor did a video with someone where he explained what he thinks the best argument for God is, and he explained it in a way that I thought was well put, that I couldn't put into words.
think I saw, I think I might have swiped by that, honestly.
Okay. No, that's fair. I
yeah.
did that first too. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
So I saw that like title, but then I swiped by.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
not gonna lie.
Well, I think it's kind of like has to do with contingency, and the idea is like the question. I think that people phrase the question wrong and ask why, if there is no God, then why do things exist? The question should be more as, if there is no God, why do things exist the way they are now, presently? So like, he used a glass of water as an example. He says, okay, the reason that this glass of water is being held up is because my arm is holding it up, or my hand is holding it up, which is supported by my arm, which is supported by my shoulder, which is supported by my body, which is supported by this chair, which is supported by the ground, and so on and so forth. And until you eventually get to the fundamental laws of nature, right? Like the laws of physics. And so I guess maybe the question is, okay, what is supporting the fundamental laws of physics, or why are the laws of physics the way they are, is probably a better way to put it.
Okay. All right. And so I think that's the central question that you're kind of getting at, right?
I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, ultimately it goes all the way back to the laws of physics. And so why are the laws of physics the way they are? Okay. Or why do we have the laws of physics? Maybe that's what it is.
I think it's more so like, why is it the way it is, I guess. I mean, like could it be otherwise? And then if so, why is like basically there is something that is supporting the, if we look at causes for things in the present right now, what is causing what's happening right now, eventually it can't be turtles all the way down. There has to be something that is necessary, I think.
Why not? Why does there have to be something necessary?
For me, it's like, okay, I kind of like the idea of turtles all the way down, mostly because it's whimsical, but I just logically, it seems to me that if something is supporting something else, then if it was turtles all the way down, this is how he words it. He words it better than me, unsurprisingly. If it was turtles all the way down, then the turtles would fall. There would be nothing supporting the turtles.
I asked you, take me through what you mean by necessary.
So basically, if we look at all of the, because I thought of this, I thought, okay, well, let's say from an atheistic perspective that the laws of physics, or maybe you would say like the laws of logic, are necessary. They've always existed. That's what's supporting everything now.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, well, if we get to that point, then I think I agree. It's just that I see logic as God is logic. God is the being of he is basically pure act.
Okay.
There's nothing changing or potential about him. And so it's like we agree on this. I think we agree more than we might think. It's just that we have different qualities that we ascribe to him, but the qualities I ascribe to him tend to be based on, some of them are logical, and then others are revealed truths that I
Okay.
trust in divine revelation
All
for.
right. So let me clarify. When you say God is logic, do you mean it logic's identical to God's being, or is logic grounded in God's nature?
That's a good question. I think it gets into a fuzzy area because of our conceptualization of
Yeah.
things and our language is limited. But I would say that in a way, he is his own logic. Everything that exists is kind of a reflection of this necessary fundamental being of the
Okay,
universe
so it's
that
identical. That would be the
I
one.
guess so.
That would be
I
the one
guess
you'd lean
so. But then
towards.
so would existence. Existence itself would be, I guess, identical to God
Okay. So,
in a way.
all right. So, here, help me out of here. Does logic have beliefs or intentions?
I think that's our human way of expressing God.
Mm-hmm.
So like our human way of understanding God has been through, what we do understand, like fathers and like powerful beings
Yeah.
and that sort of thing. So when the Bible talks about, or just anyone talks about God in like he feels this or he does this or he thinks this, it's always analogical, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just our way of understanding what he's doing, because I don't think we can put into words, like it's not like if he's pure act, it's not like he's just some dude who is thinking like, "Oh, I'm going to do this today or I'm going to intervene here." It would be, I think it would be like so much bigger than that, but that's what we use to describe what he's doing. It's like an anthropomorphization, I think, of God in order to express what's happening.
Okay. So if I'm hearing you then, Phoenix, we can't really understand it. It's because you said it's much bigger than just simply saying logic
Yeah,
have
we
beliefs
can't
and
understand
intentions.
it, but then the question is, how can we say anything about it? And that's where I think God condescends to us like a father would to a child, and he helps us to be able to think rightly about him and act in accordance with him,
Okay. So he explains
without
things to us like
totally
I'm
understanding.
sorry to interrupt, but you mean
Yeah,
like
no.
when he condescends, like he like when I'm explaining, like when I was explaining things to my kids when they were little, I would really
Yes.
like boil it down. Like I explain to them like I'm 5, like they're 5, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
and you think God is doing that to us.
Yeah, yeah, through the Bible and through other things as well.
Okay. And so he's just breaking it down into simpler concepts so that we would better understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the case, then Parker, how come then not all of us understand it? Because like for example, I remember one time I came into my kids' class when they were like in kindergarten, and I just said, hey, and I think I was like, oh yeah, I was like filling in as like the yard duty person, right? Just kind of watch them
Okay.
outside at recess. And they had like a separate recess from like other grades, and then we had to be quiet to get them back to their class. We were walking through because they're all loud and rambunctious and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so I just said to them at first, I said, hey, we got to be quiet. And they all didn't quite understand. And so then what I said was, hey, let's be ninjas. And then they all got
Right.
it. And then we just snuck through like we were ninjas, right? We did that whole Naruto thing,
Yes.
and they got it. So are you saying God's kind of like that?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of like that. It's of course analogous, so there are some places the analogy is going to fail, but I think it's like that, and I think that you raise a good point of, it's the question of divine hiddenness. Why is this not apparent to everyone? Why is this
Okay.
something that, you know? So when it comes to that, I think he's very concerned with showing what matters and inviting us deeper. I tend to think of him as like a father figure in that he doesn't take us by the nose. He guides us by the hand, but we're not going to always we're not always going to listen to our father. We're not always going to go with him. And that's not to say that anyone who is not explicitly Christian isn't listening to the father or isn't understanding it's on them or anything like that. I think that basically, like, I really like you, and I think that you're a good guy
Mm-hmm.
based on what I've seen you talk about and how I've seen you
Oh,
act.
thanks, Parker.
So like when I see people doing good and trying to love others,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a child who is trying to follow their father. The question is, why is the father so mysterious? But I think he is mysterious, but he's not so mysterious that
Hmm.
people would say that there is a group out there that thinks unaliving someone is okay,
Okay.
you know.
Okay. Well, see, here's kind of the rub with me, because just
Yeah.
based on what you said, and appreciate you explaining all that. But if I heard you right, you said that we can't really say anything meaningful about God as he really is. Like we can't quite understand it, right? Because he has to
I think
really boil it down for us into very simple terms.
Well,
And
I
even
think we
then,
can, but that requires some faith.
okay. Well, can we say true things about God, or can we not say true things? But so the thing, we can say true things about God. Am I hearing that right?
We can say true things about God, but I think they're always analogous. It's
They're
not
always
going to
analogous.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's so like I guess I can say that God does not want unalivement.
Okay.
And that's true and that's concrete. But somebody might say, well, he unalives people. And I think that there's different maybe that's not a good example because you can argue about the justification of that.
Yeah.
Some people I guess what I'm trying to say is that when it comes down to it, the explanations that I've gotten through my church, through my faith and the catechism and things like that, it has it's basically made some of the more mysterious things about God
Okay.
clearer,
Okay.
and it's consistent and it's logical, and I think that basically I think it leads to flourishing if understood correctly
Okay. Well, now if
and
you,
acted on.
because it sounds like kind of what you're saying is that in a lot of ways God is beyond understanding. However, there are some things we do understand. Yeah.
I would say yeah. There are things that he reveals to us. There are things that he's through his church and through things like that. So
Okay.
I trust. There's a level of trust here because I'm never going to understand behind the curtain how or why, but I can
Okay.
if somebody sees that their father isn't around a lot, but they kind of understand that whenever he is around, he's always doting on them. He's always trying to
Mm-hmm.
do his best for them. They can understand that their father loves them. Maybe something's preventing him from being there all the time or
Okay.
something like that.
So taking that example about the father who's just not there all the time, but when he is, he's doting on the kid, and the kid may
Yeah.
not like understand always why they're gone or why they're not always there. But when they do, it sounds like when they're in the father's presence, that they feel this love or they feel this affection, some type of joy, something like that.
Yeah,
In
they're
a
actually
sense,
cared for concretely.
they're cared
They're,
for.
you know,
Yeah. And so they can kind of feel, but then the father will go away for a while and then they won't feel that. So they won't feel it all the time. So it's kind of
Yeah.
fleeting. Okay. So how would we distinguish between God beyond our understanding, that phrase, and then another phrase, I don't know? Like how would you be able to distinguish that except
Uh,
rhetorically?
yeah, I guess it would come down to like, do I trust that this
Okay.
God
Comes down to faith.
exists based on and you can answer that based on how you're living your life,
Okay.
what you're doing with
I
your
got
life.
you. So is it possible then that just kind of explore this little piece a little bit further? Is it possible then that this father would dote on this child, dote on this child, bring presents home, play all kinds of games with them, do horseback riding, all that
Right.
kind of
Yeah.
stuff, right? All the fun stuff, then goes away and is running like an extensive worldwide drug cartel empire,
Right.
which is
Right.
just
Yeah.
totally unaliving everybody, and
He's a
people
bad
are
dude behind the scenes.
just a bad
right?
dude
I
behind the
got you.
scenes. Is it possible
Okay.
that both could be true?
In that situation, yes. I don't think so in the God situation, because I think definitionally, if God is, in a way, if God is like existence itself, because I view evil as a
Mhm.
privation, I don't think that there can be evil with God.
Okay. So then, just so I'm clear, because isn't it possible then that this child could also say, it's not possible that my dad is a bad guy because of everything that I see, everything he shows me he's a good guy. Why would a guy who loves me this much
Right.
run a worldwide cartel? That's,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah, that
that's a
has like
possibility in that
bodies
situation.
in metal, like oil bins and shit and
Yes,
buried.
he's Walter White.
Yeah, exactly. How, what if, so what if a kid said that? How would this kid then be able to determine whether or not their dad, who loves him, dotes on him, isn't actually how would they verify whether or not they're Walter White?
Yeah. I would say in that situation, the kid probably wouldn't be able to unless something came out, and then the kid saw like inklings
Right.
of something, and
I would
and
agree.
maybe grew in maturity and understanding enough to understand that those inklings
I would
of what
agree.
they
Yeah.
imply.
And so wouldn't that be the same in your case too?
I mean,
Like you would need some type of revelation just like this kid would?
yeah, I guess it could, but then that would mean that whatever it was that I thought was my dad, was God, wouldn't be definitionally.
Yeah, wouldn't be. So you'd say, "Oh, this isn't really my dad then. This must be somebody else. Or this isn't the God I believe in. This is maybe
Yeah.
Satan or someone else." Or
It's just it. I go with the whole idea that God has to be all good, because an evil God doesn't seem coherent to me, in the sense that like it's like a square circle. It's God is all that is, or
Mhm.
God is like the necessary being, and he's also he's perfect. He's perfection, and evil is an imperfection. So God can't be evil, I guess.
Okay. And so then we would kind of look at things like maybe we would look at clues left behind, right? And I know you and we've kind of gone over some of these things.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
think that it's kind of, when you look at those things, it can be difficult to make the case for like the Christian God, right? But I do think that the 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 best answer that I think God gives for us is Jesus on the cross, because if Jesus is God, then that means that God became man and dealt with everything that we've dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
He literally went into our shoes, and maybe literally is not the right word, but he went into our shoes, and he experienced not only all of the regular problems of everyday life, but he said, I love you so much that I will let myself be thrown into your hands, and you can do whatever you want to me, even if that what you want to do is unalive me and torture me and
Okay.
that sort of thing.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that God sacrificing Jesus is a demonstration of his goodness?
I think that God is Jesus, and God doesn't necessarily sacrifice Jesus. Jesus basically gives himself over to human beings, and it's the human beings that put him up to sacrifice, I
Yeah.
guess.
Okay. And then, but God knew this was going to happen, right? Like because he saw this like in the grand plan, right? The grand scheme
Yeah,
of
he
things.
saw it. It's not so much that because I think him knowing it's going to happen, it frames it as if it's like something that it frames it from our point of view in that it hasn't happened yet. And
Sure.
from my perspective, all of these moments are equally real, and so it's in a way it's happening, or everything basically from God's perspective, all moments in time are equally real. So it's not like something is like in the past, present, or future. It's just
Okay.
like it's all there.
Okay. So if all moments in time are equally real, does that mean that there was a possibility that Jesus would not have been crucified?
I guess there was a I guess I think it was a choice.
Okay.
And so like it's not like because I think that if all moments in time are real, then what happens happens, but it's not like it's kind of like rewatching a football game. It's not like it wasn't the person's choice to throw
Yeah.
the football here or there. It's just like that's how it happened.
Okay. But like with watching the football game though, because that kind of implies that God knows the outcome, right? So like if we're watching a football, like watching like a recorded football game, right? I
Yeah,
think that's kind of
yeah.
how you're comparing it to. But if we're watching a recorded football game and let's just say we know the outcome, is it
Yes.
like if the quarterback is gonna pass the ball, is there any chance at all that the quarterback will run the ball?
No, because he passed it.
Because he passed it, right? And we know that that's what the outcome is. So
Right.
So I'm trying to understand how that lines up with like all moments in time are real, because then if we kind of go back to Jesus's crucifixion, that would mean that it was equally like if all moments in time are real, that means that Jesus being crucified and Jesus not being crucified were equally real.
No, because he was never not crucified.
He was
I
never
guess, like,
not crucified. Okay.
in that moment.
In that moment. So then that means then that in that moment of time, but God sees all moments in time at the same time, right?
Well, it's so hard because I want to say like you're not thinking fourth dimensionally, Marty, like Doc Brown, but like
right.
It's weird. It's like if we think about time as from our perspective, it's like, oh yeah, I'm watching the football game in this moment. That itself is a moment, but for God, it's not a moment. It's more like
Okay.
all of time is like this tableau, and God, it's like a painting that God can see all of.
Okay.
And we can only see one little molecule at a time, maybe.
All right. Hold that thought. This is a
Yes.
great convo, Phoenix, but I got to do the kick poll. We're overdue.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. It's just like sometimes I get so absorbed when they're really good combos that I forget about that. So, all right, guys, you guys know kick poll. Hopefully you keep Parker around because I really want to like see this to the 10 because it's actually pretty solid. But you know, I'll leave it up to you guys. Okay, you guys know what to do. Happy face to keep, Parker. Crying face to move on to the next one. And it's on. Let's go. And of course, Parker, you know you can vote for yourself. But you may not have to, man. We should do the other way for the Kickball Hall of Fame. Like it's like a wide margin of happy faces. We should do that too.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah,
Appreciate
awesome. This is a pretty good margin. But I think minimum like for happy faces, I'm gonna do like minimum 40 votes.
I see someone said they voted yes because of the Rick and Morty quote. I think they're talking about the it was supposed to be a Back to the Future quote.
It was
but
Back to the
yes,
Future.
Rick and Morty is based on Back to the Future.
Yeah,
so
no, that's true. That's true. So that's funny.
Uh,
This is very respectful. This is really, really good. Fourth dimension,
I love
Marty.
this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love when it's respectful. I love when it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So, congrats, man. Congrats. And
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you, chat.
Yeah. So, okay. So when we're talking about like, yeah, because I want to kind of parse out like this whole moments thing because it seems like it's kind of central to your argument here. So that's why I'm kind of trying to flesh this out a little bit. So
Okay.
if God sees all moments of time, then it's safe to say he knew at some point that in the future Jesus would have to be sacrificed. He knew at some point before
He
it happened.
always, I guess, in his knowledge, always saw that Jesus would be sacrificed. I
Okay,
suppose.
he
I don't think he
always
had to
knew
be, but he would be.
that he would be. Okay.
Yeah.
And could that have happened any other way? Because if God knew this, and you said earlier God's perfect, so then it would follow that his knowledge is perfect?
Yeah, I still think it could have happened another way. It's just that it didn't.
It just didn't. Okay, so it could have happened another way, it just didn't. Yet God knew it was going to happen. So could it have happened another way if God knew perfectly that this was going to happen?
Yes, because it's not like God sees into the future. It's just something that it's kind of like if okay, so like I guess from our perspective, we would see somebody painting a picture,
Mhm.
right? And we don't know what they're going to paint. Let's say that God gives us or somehow we see into the future and we see that the person is going to paint a star or so, I don't know, like they're going to
Okay.
paint a tree.
Okay.
Let's say they're going to paint a big tree and that's
Okay.
going to be their painting. Since we're in time, it would be weird. It would be a weird thing because it would seem that we are in a situation where we can tell that person, hey, don't paint that tree, paint this. But if we see into the future that the tree is painted, the person is going to paint the tree. Otherwise you like branch off in the timeline. So basically what I'm saying, so it's I'm trying to get back to my point. Basically, because we're in time, it can seem like, okay, we knew this before it's going to happen. But if time exists and already is already a problematic term because that it implies that we're in time.
Yeah, it's temporal.
If we are outside of time, then all of these moments it's not like we know beforehand. There's no before, there's no after, there just is. Have you ever read Slaughterhouse-Five?
Mm-hmm. I have read Slaughterhouse-Five.
So like
yeah.
the aliens, right?
Mm-hmm.
They like the one guy, the main character, Billy Pilgrim, is asking them, why are you doing this? Why are you abducting me? And they're like, there is no why. This is just what happens in this moment in time.
Yeah.
Because from their perspective, all of these moments in time are just the way they are.
Okay.
So from God's perspective, it's not like they aren't caused, but they're caused by like us. We as
Yeah.
humans interact in the world and we do things that cause other things.
Well,
But
are these moments for God reality?
yeah, I would say they're real.
Okay, so then that means then he knows this is God's knowledge then, right?
Yes.
And then God's knowledge is perfect, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then that means then that God at the time of creation, according to you, which is kind of weird to say because we're smuggling in that word time, but at creation, let's just say it like that. At creation, God knew that Jesus would be sacrificed.
God could see both the part of the painting that was creation and the part of the painting that was Jesus being sacrificed.
Yeah.
I guess.
So he knew. So then that means then that if God knew, then that means all the events leading up to that, he also knew, which means that God still allowed all that stuff to happen.
Yeah, you allowed it to happen.
Yeah.
It was still our choice though. Like I think we could have chosen differently because it's more
Oh.
so like, I don't know, like I'm trying to make this it's hard for me.
Yeah, how could
Why
we
don't
have?
you think we could have chosen differently?
Well, because if his knowledge is perfect, right, Phoenix? If his knowledge is perfect,
Yeah.
that means it could not have happened any other way. There's no way it could have happened any other way.
I don't think it means that it couldn't have. It just means that it didn't.
Well, because if it didn't, but see, if it happened another way, if God saw it one way and it happened a different way, because that means that his knowledge isn't perfect. So it's either his knowledge is perfect which means that if his knowledge is perfect and he can see all points of the timeline, then he knew that Jesus would be sacrificed, which means he knew everything leading up to that. Which
He
means
knew everything leading up to that.
yeah.
I can try to explain it in the sense that, okay, like let's say that you put a cookie on the counter
Mhm.
and a little child is with you, and you know this child well enough to understand if I leave this alone, the child is going to eat the cookie.
Yeah.
Even if I tell this child not to eat the cookie, I know them well enough that they're going to eat the cookie
Mhm.
if I leave. If you leave the room, did the child still have the choice could the child still not have eaten the cookie if they ate the cookie?
If you know perfectly that the child's going to eat the cookie,
Yeah.
then no, they would not have had any other choice but to eat the cookie.
That is interesting.
Because
Okay.
because
So
because think about it. If you have perfect knowledge of that, there's no possible way it could be any other way. Then they don't have a choice, right? Because that has to
then
play
who
out.
why did it happen then?
I don't know why it happened. I'm just saying that it happened the way it did. And,
Okay.
And so I don't know the why part. All I know is this is the way it happened. And if I know this perfectly, how can there be any other way? Because that's what choice implies, that it could be a different way, right?
So yeah, so that's interesting. So the way I see it is that if I know perfectly that the child is going to eat the cookie, the child ends up eating the cookie, but the thing that caused the child to eat the cookie was the child's choice, the child's free will.
Now there could be an illusion of choice. Like maybe they sit there and ponder it. Maybe that's part of the equation, is that they sit there, they see the cookie and they're going through the process of should I or should I not eat this? Yet you still know they're going to choose to eat it, right?
Yeah.
How is that different? How is that not illusion of choice and actual choice? Because if you know perfectly, Phoenix, that they're going to eat this, no matter what, there's no other way that this is going to happen this way, then how do they have a choice? They may, versus an illusion of choice.
This is do you believe in free will or not?
I'm
really?
ambivalent to it. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Honestly, though, I got to be honest with you. The Christian view of free will, I don't think that's a thing. Because
what is the Christian view of free
that
will?
that we have choice under an all-knowing, all-powerful God, because of this exact thing that you and I are discussing. Because if this God knows all and he knows everything in the timeline, he sees it all, and he set the wheels in motion, even though all of these things were going to happen, we didn't have a choice in any of it. We don't have a choice. It's just that simple, because he already knows all this stuff, right? And it can't be any other way.
So if we go back to the football analogy.
Yeah.
If you're watching a game and the Saints quarterback throws an interception, and we know that.
Yeah.
Does that he just throws the ball instead of running the ball? Let's go with that.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that he does that. Does that mean that the quarterback did not have a choice whether he was going to throw the ball or run it?
I would say yes, if we're watching the replay, because at the point we're watching the replay, the choice has already been made.
But in the moment, did he have that choice?
Yeah, I would say, though, here's the caveat to that.
Yeah.
Because if we're watching the video, that implies that we don't know what's happening as we're watching the video, right? So that's the key, is do we know or do we not know at the time we're watching it?
Well, we would both agree, based on what you said, that objective truth is mind independent.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, either the at the moment in time that when the quarterback is running the play, he either does have a choice whether or not to run the football or pass the football.
Yeah.
Or he does not have a choice in what he's doing at that moment.
Yeah, this is a bit different, though. The reason being is a bit different than like watching the replay, is because that already happened, right? The difference is that you're saying that God is outside of time. He sees all points in time. So he's not seeing a replay. You would agree with that, right? That's just the one distinction. That's the difference. He's not watching a replay. He's seeing it both because he's in all points of time, right? So he's seeing it.
He's not in all points of time. He's outside of time.
He's outside of time, which means he sees all points of time, according to you, right? Because he knows everything.
Right. So to me, it is like watching a replay.
Okay. Here's the distinction. It would be like you and I, let's just say you and I are watching this replay together. It would be like you and I had gone to the game and watched it. Okay. And then you and I are watching the replay again. So we already know what happened. We already know what transpired. So at the moment that you and I were watching it, yes, the Saints quarterback had a choice. But when we're going back to replay and watching it, you would agree the Saints quarterback does not have a choice because it already happened.
Well,
right?
Here's the thing. Like, I think the Saints quarterback has a choice because the what's happening when we're watching a replay, right, is that we are watching a tape just recording what happened.
Yeah, it already happened.
Right. So here's the thing. If we're watching what already happened, then in that recording, in that moment, which is real, it's just not present, the quarterback has a choice. Just like, because it's the same moment.
Yes.
It's the same moment just recorded.
Yes. Yes. No, go ahead and finish.
So for me, I don't see how watching the recording changes the fact that the quarterback had a choice. I think that the recording is set, but it's like it's a recording. It's not the actual moment.
Yeah. The distinction, there's a couple of things here. The distinction is that you and I are only in moments in time. So that's one distinction. The second distinction versus God being, as you said, outside of time, right? So you and I are still in time. So we're watching both the recording and the game as it unfolded in time. And the difference is God sees it outside of time. And then the second distinction is our knowledge. So we didn't have knowledge of what happened, and then we did after we watched the recording. So I would say that if God has knowledge and is outside of time, so he sees past, present, and future, right?
He sees past, present, and future. I think that's his knowledge, right?
That's his knowledge, yeah. See, the distinction is we're only seeing the past when we watch the recording. That's the only thing we're seeing. So then it's clear that if we're watching the past, the choices can't be made or changed, right? That's pretty clear. However,
well, they can be because I don't mean to interrupt, but like they can be in the moment.
In the moment, but I'm talking about the past because we're watching the past when we're watching the video, right? But in the moment, yes, you're right. They can be changed. What I'm asserting is that if there's a God that is all-knowing and that can see the past, present, and future, and you agree that this God determined the past, present, and future, right? Because he created everything.
I don't think he determined it. I think he gave that choice in some ways to us.
Okay. Yet you agree that at creation, he had knowledge of the past, present, and future. Yes?
Yeah, I would say that he's basically like, it's kind of like, okay, if we're rewatching football footage, it's kind of like he's rewatching football footage, but he's rewatching it, I guess, in a way where it's not set because it's not in the past. It just is past, present. Because I don't know. Do you think that? Do you believe that like time, like moments in time exist, or do you think that like once the past ends, once one moment passes, that moment is gone forever?
Yeah, it's moments in time in the past. So yeah, those still exist. And
those still exist.
Yeah, and the reason I can demonstrate that just by saying, do you remember what happened 1 second ago? Of course you do.
Right.
Yeah, so that exists. Yeah.
But does it exist?
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist now. Okay, but
it exists in the past.
From God's perspective, it does exist now.
Does exist now. So,
and I'm using now analogously because he's outside of time.
Sure. but when he is, but if it exists for God now, okay,
Yes.
then, and God is the catalyst for that now, then that means that how could it have happened any other way? If God is,
Okay.
you see what I'm saying? If God,
I
because
kinda
that's
am.
that's the key distinction, because you and I are not the catalyst for the football game, right? We're just observing.
Right.
That's the difference.
How far does God being the creator of the universe make him the how responsible does it make him for what happens in the universe? Like do human beings, like if somebody does something, like hits somebody or kisses somebody or whatever action they take, is that because God caused it, or is there some room?
I think there's a difference between cause and responsibility.
Okay.
I would say God's responsible, even if he didn't directly cause it.
Okay.
Meaning, because God, as I said, God's the catalyst for existence, right? For reality.
Okay.
If God's the catalyst for reality, that means God's responsible for it. And
Okay.
you see what I mean? So
I think I see what you mean in the sense of responsible. Like,
yeah,
like you should shepherd this. You should
Mhm.
you know, that like I guess when it comes to him being the cause of everything, I see him creating the universe and causing certain things directly
Mhm.
or indirectly, but I see him also allowing human beings to be real causes and real really like affecting things, even if it's not what he wants them to do.
yeah. And so even if he doesn't, but then that means that then there's a reason then that, because if God is the catalyst for all of existence, then what would the reason be for, because you would agree that God created the conditions making it necessary for someone to slap another person.
Yeah, he made it possible. That's a real possibility.
Okay. And so then why would God make it possible?
Right. I think when it comes down to it, the baseline answer is I don't know.
Fair.
But yes, but if I had to try to give some semblance of an answer, it would be that maybe love is less valuable if we don't have the choice to be unloving.
Okay. If we have the choice to be unloving. Now, is in heaven, can people slap other people?
That's so I see where you're going, and it makes sense. And I've thought about this, man. It's like
You've probably
do
heard
they
me
have
ask
the
people this before. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, do they have the option?
Mhm.
I don't think they ever will. I don't know if they have the option to or not, because I believe we're free in heaven. But like freedom, I have a different definition of freedom. Freedom is the ability to choose the good.
Okay.
So like I use liberty for other things, like the liberty to slap someone or something like that. So liberty, would someone have the liberty to do that?
To
in
slap
heaven?
somebody, yeah. Do you have the
Right.
liberty? Could you slap
I
somebody?
think there
in
are
heaven?
there are two possible answers to this that are circulating in my head. There's probably more, but I'm thinking like, okay, either yes they do, but they always choose not to, or they don't
Mhm.
because of something that made them like perfect, some sort of precondition, and then the question is, why doesn't he
Choose to
do that now? Why
Yeah.
not heaven now?
Right. Yeah. Why not heaven now? Why not just have the conditions in which we could slap somebody, we just don't?
Right. Yes. So I guess for me, logically, it's kind of weird, but it could be a test, and the test it's like a probation period. I'm just spitballing here, kind of.
Okay.
It could be a test, a probation period, and whether or not we pass this test depends on whether or not we inherit an eternal life, maybe.
Okay. Oh man. Okay. I got to do the kick pull again, but one more question
Okay.
for you, and then I'll fire up the kick pull, and then you can answer. So the question. So I'll give you time to think about it. But the question is, if God has perfect knowledge, because you've already established he sees all timelines, right? He has perfect knowledge. Then why does God need to test us? So hang on to that, and then let me
Okay.
start the kick poll, and then you can answer. All right. So second kick poll, guys. Great discussion, and I've had great discussions with Phoenix Parker before, so I'm not surprised. But hope you guys are enjoying it. But I'm gonna restart the kick poll. All right. You guys know what to do. Happy face to keep Phoenix, or crying face to move on to the next guest. All right. So there we go. Okay. So yeah. So back to the question. What do you think?
I guess, yeah. So I like, again, this is all speculation kind of, but basically, is there more or less value in love that is tested? I think is a good question.
Test for who though?
Tested in the sense, well, maybe like the way I'm thinking of this is that, okay, if somebody, like, if it is totally easy and totally in your nature to always do good and never do evil, is that person, not that person, but are their actions less valuable than someone who has an inclination to evil, or someone who at least has the possibility of doing evil but chooses not to?
Well, yeah, that's just it. I mean, yeah, it looks like it was really close this time, but
Yeah.
I'll kind of end it with this. I see where you're kind of going with that, but here's the problem is that so what if I hear what you're saying that there's value in doing the right thing when the possibility of doing the wrong thing is there? It's like makes it more valuable?
Possibly. And like, I don't know, it reminds me of a Skyrim quote, like, where it's like, is it better to be born good or to overcome your evil nature through great effort?
Okay. I would kind of posit it like this. What's more valuable? Protecting humans from suffering, or overcoming evil nature?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm tempted. I can go both ways on this, I feel like, but basically, I think the idea that all suffering will be undone kind of makes it a lot easier to allow suffering.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, yeah.
All right. You're going to have to come back another day, because,
All right.
oh my God, I have such a good question for you. So I'll just have to sit on it, but it's killing me to not ask you this, but I have to sit on it.
Maybe I'll hit you up in Discord or something.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. You know what? That's a great idea. Let's pick it up in Discord.
Okay.
I'll
I might
ask you.
DM you though.
Okay.
I moved out of the Discord just because I have personal things that I'm not comfortable with. I can
Sure.
talk to you more about it later.
Sure.
But no, I really appreciate
Yeah,
you, and I hope
we'll
we
DM.
can. Yeah, awesome.
Sounds good. Phoenix, hey, thanks for the great talk. Appreciate you.
Yeah, peace. Thank
All
you,
right,
man.
have one. All right. Oh man. So the question, oh my goodness. Phoenix is still here, so I don't want to. Well, you know what? I'll just say what I was going to ask, and then I'll DM you the question anyway. But we'll talk later. But the question I was going to ask you, Phoenix, and heck, you could just DM me the answer if you want. But the question I was going to ask you is, if this is a test, and you said, well, maybe it's, oh geez, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to the replay. Crike. Okay. Well, I'll have to listen to the replay because the question escaped me, but it's a really, really good one. So I have to go back and watch the video and all that, and just watch this little snippet just so I can remind myself what the question is. If I hear your answer, Phoenix, I'll know what the question is. I just got to go back. Yeah. But it was good talk. Okay. So, and I understand that, it is I totally understand where you're coming from. So, all right. So we've got 2 returnees. We got The Last Crusader, and we've got Elden Crow. All right. So Last Crusader said he was just going to be straight with the answers, but we'll give him a shot. But you're on like a 10-minute timer only because they hit the early kick poll goal. So you got 10 minutes. All right. Oh, you want to vote on it? Well, you guys will have an opportunity to vote, and you've got your mechanisms. You got the jellyfish, and you got like 11 more boxing gloves. So that way that's how you can vote. But let's give him a shot. Let's give him a shot. All right. Let's bring back the Last Crusader. Let's see how this goes. All right, buddy. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Right on. Okay, so we're gonna give this a second shot. All right. So, well, let me just go back to the question. Best evidence that God is real. We'll go there.
The Kaaba,
Kaaba?
the Kabbalah.
Oh, the Kabbalah?
Yeah.
Okay. And how does that demonstrate it? Yes. Science. Okay. I struggle with these one-word answers you give me, so just just roll with me, rock with me for a second. So science and the Kabbalah demonstrate God is real. And okay, because like science is just the process of how we know things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the process of how we know things, the struggle with that is that when we use science, like whenever we try to use science to like see if God is real, like we use it for like, phenomena, like supernatural things, like ghosts and spirits, apparitions, things like that. We don't find any evidence of God. How come? Why is that the case? If science demonstrates God is real?
Shekinah?
What's that?
Shekinah?
Shekinah? Brother.
Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
Shaquille O'Neal, bro.
Shaquille O'Neal. Okay, now you're trolling me. You're fucking with me.
I'm
right?
just joking, bro.
Yeah, okay, you're fucking with me. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So you want to have
My
serious? I'm cool with jokes.
yeah,
I'm cool with jokes. Okay, I'm cool with jokes.
Yeah,
but-
it's just that one guy I was talking to, bro.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So really, seriously, like if it's science, we can't demonstrate God is real with science, but science comes from God according to you. So can you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Can you kind of fill that in for me?
The Holy Spirit, bro.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Dude, I'm not even joking, bro. I'm joking.
Brother. Okay.
What?
Hey. I'm all for
Hey,
good
I'm not
jokes.
joking.
Oh,
I'm
you're
not
not joking. You're dead
Not
serious.
this time. Not this time.
Okay. Dead serious. Okay. All right.
That's the truth.
All right. You're on an earlier kick poll. I just
For
want you
real?
to know that. Yeah, for real. Ooh,
I
got
mean,
a
all right.
20,
That's all right. It's fine. It's fine.
All
it's
right.
fine.
So we got like 3 minutes left. So help me out here. 'Cause
Dude, you didn't even start the timer.
I know. I'm looking at your timer on here. I mean, I can set it to, it's like 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
10
I can-
minutes, I think you told me last time.
Yeah, it was 10, but then they hit the second early kick poll.
Why don't you just put up to like 20?
Because I can do 20 as long as they don't reach the goal. They bought 25 boxing gloves.
I mean, I
So-
thought they bought 20 boxing gloves.
It was 25. Yeah.
Oh.
So here, look. All right. I want to make the most of this minute and 45 seconds. So
Bro, come on.
I'm working with you, man. Yeah, because it goes down from like 20 to 10 to 5, So
Okay.
all right. But here, help me out here. Okay. So Holy Spirit, Kabbalah, science equal God. Come on, man. Come on, man.
It's all the same thing.
It's all the same thing. Okay. And what exactly is that?
It's the Ein, bro.
It's the eye.
The eye. I said your eye, dude.
It's the eye. Okay. It's the eye. Like the I or the letter I?
the
Like
third
pronoun?
one, bro.
Third one. Oh, gee.
The Trinity, dude. I said the Trinity.
He's got to be fucking with me. He's got to be. He's got to be, man.
Dude, it's the same thing.
Okay. I mean, I'm good with these kind of trolls. I'm good with these. Okay.
Thanks, bro.
Because it's fun. It's funny, and I got a good sense of humor. But, but bro, I am like not following you at all. I'm like completely lost.
It's paganism, bro.
It's paganism.
Yeah.
Okay. It's paganism.
And Christianity.
And Christianity. They
Yeah.
they conflict, man.
No, they're the same thing because there's
It's-
3 in 1, bro.
It's 3 in 1. Okay.
I told you from last time. Come on.
I'm like totally
I'm not
like-
even trolling, bro.
okay. Like, I don't know if you're like friends or like they're like, hey bro, Last Crusader, you want to go grab something to eat? And you're like, science.
I told you meat, bro. I told I was gonna give you some meat.
Oh, yeah, you gotta be fucking with me. This is actually kind of funny, actually. You gotta be
Right.
fucking with me. All right. Well, we're gonna do another kick poll because this is fucking
Don't
hilarious.
do it, bro. Don't do it.
This is fucking hilarious.
What?
This is hilarious, man.
What's up? What? No, bro.
And his family's calling him. Right?
Yeah, she's calling me right now.
Yeah, family's
They're all
calling him,
kicking me.
and he's like,
Okay.
science, Kabbalah.
It is science, bro. There is no him, bro.
It's me. I'm just.
It's you. I said it's him.
I'm just laughing because I'm just so confused. I'm not making fun of you at all. I'm just laughing just because I'm just.
I know.
completely
I'm
confused.
making fun of you, dude. You're funny.
Yeah, you're making fun of me. That's okay. People make fun of me all the time.
No, you make fun of me, dude.
I'm making fun. Oh my God, he's so
Dude.
fucking with me right now.
I am not.
I'm like thoroughly entertained with him fucking with me.
I'm not even a troll, bro. Why you think I'm trolling? I'm a philangerist, bro.
Because it just totally feels like you're trolling with me, and so you're fucking with me. No, it's
What?
funny. It's funny. It's totally funny. But all
Mom
right,
keeps yelling at me, bro.
yeah. Well, okay. Well, they voted you off, so you can go yell back at your mom. But hey, Last Crusader, thanks for giving me some smiles, man. I appreciate that. Oh my God. But you know what? It's not that far fetched. Like when I hear, like when I have conversation with people, like in like some of these like overall consciousness thing. It's not that far fetched. A lot of those conversations are like that, which is like why I don't want to have that. Bro, what's up, man?
What's up?
Hey, how you
I'm just
doing?
hanging
You are so jacked
good.
in your profile. Jeez, you've been working out. Yo,
Yeah. Yeah, when I don't wear a shirt, I'm buff.
when you don't wear a shirt. Oh, that's funny. Goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jaren had a slow drip for me earlier.
Did he?
And I went up here and he took the picture, blew it up on his screen, was doing a slow pan down.
You guys are wild. Peg the Patriarch, he says, I'm choosing to believe that's a real PFP. Same here. We're all choosing to believe it.
You can't choose what you believe. Sounds like you guys are.
But we can with your PFP.
Let me see if I can do.
See what that
I
is.
might be able to fix it a little bit.
If I expand you, will it show your entire PFP? Let's find out. Oh, it does. Look at that. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah.
Oh, no, hang on. Keep it like this. I think I can make it a little bit better.
Oh man. That's a lot of man in my screen there. Oh boy.
Too much for you? Too much man for you?
It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot. Oh, YouTube, if you could see this right now, you would know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my God. Oh, you know what? I can show YouTube. I can show you YouTube. Give me 1 second. All right, let's keep that up. Keep it up there. Don't make it go away. We will just bring it up just like this. Okay.
How you doing?
How you doing? Oh, I can't do it. Oh no, I can't. I can do it this way. This is how I can do it. I can take a screenshot. It doesn't allow me to do. Yeah, it doesn't allow me to do. It doesn't allow me to do. I can't capture the live studio page on OBS for some reason. I can't do that, but I can do it like this.
Thanks for the gifts, baby.
We have an alternative. Oh my gosh. Okay. Chat in YouTube, you guys are gonna you're gonna go nuts when you see this. Okay. So Let's-
Someone said Lobes the absurdist emphasis on the abs. Like the earnest was lowercase.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm trying to bring this up. There we go. Okay. There.
Thanks for the flowers, toots.
There. Oh. Why is it all like that? Not showing. Oh, wait. Are you kidding me? It's all like in black. It doesn't show. That's wild.
Do you think this is what God looks like?
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in Discord. To like do all these workarounds. This is
necessary.
wild. Any means necessary. Yeah, I'm going to put it in Discord, and we'll put it in the live chat channel in Discord. There it is. All right. And there it is. There it is. Oh, yeah. See, Peg already put it there for us. Thank you, Peg. All right. Oh, my God. Bro, that's like a 10-pack.
I think
2,
it's
4,
8, but,
6,
yeah.
8. Oh, it's 2, 4. I'm counting the ones right under the pecs. 2, 4, 6. Oh no, it is 8, huh? That's an 8-pack. Jeez.
And, you know, it was a long, hard road to get here. But you just gotta stay dedicated.
You just got to stay dedicated.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's 24/7, no days off. First, you gotta bulk, and then you
Just
gotta cut.
24/7 working out.
I mean, but it's not for everybody, right? This life is. You gotta have the money and the time for the personal trainer because I
absolutely.
mean,
Absolutely.
right? Like, and there's just so much that goes into it. I can't even begin to. My whole routine is, and being a parent at the same time. God, man,
Yeah. Yeah,
a
exactly.
lot.
Oh, I don't know, man. The skeptical disciple says they call AI simply because they feel bad about
What?
themselves. Yeah.
Is that because? I mean, look at the fingers. The fingers are fine. Is that because of the lollipop? It's sagging a little bit, but that's because that thing was so heavy. I mean, not for me, but like for anybody else, like a regular person. See
Oh,
how
it's totally light
bending
for you.
Yeah. I mean, but I have to keep that lollipop with me to beat all the women off there trying to throw themselves. Because I'm a married man.
Well, that's what you get for wearing a bow tie without a shirt. I mean, kind of brought that shit
That
on
was just what the
yourself.
producer put me in. I mean, he said
Oh
it had to be
my
Christmas themed and
God.
gave me that little number.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
This is my gift to my followers for getting me to 3,000.
Gift to your followers to get you to 3,000. Nice.
Yeah, they got me
Very
to
nice.
3,000, so I was like, here you go. You guys can have that.
Well, I got a gift that keeps on giving, man. What can we say?
I do love to give. I'm a giver,
He's a giver.
not
who-
so much a receiver.
Who'd you give that lollipop to, huh? That's what we want to know.
Well, it's got a lot to be. It's very lickable, right? So you could. I mean, it's not like it's reserved for only one. I like to share.
Okay. See, this is why
A sucker.
you have to leave my live every time Mrs. Lobes comes around. This is why I'm your mistress. This is why. It's stuff like this. Just all of this.
But have you verified that?
I have yet to verify it. So, but I trust
You
it.
just have blind faith.
I'm a walking contradiction, dude. I
Yeah,
trust it,
you
but
just
I
have
haven't
blind
verified
faith, bro. It takes more. It takes more faith to be a trust but verify.
it. It does. It takes more faith to trust but
To
verify.
be a lobe simp than it does to not be.
Hey, I'm more than a simp.
Y'all know I actually look like this, right?
I'm your mistress. I'm not a simp. Come on now. Oh, I lost my chat window in
I
Live
don't
Studio.
think they're mutually exclusive.
Look at that. See what you did, Lobes? Like your guns killed my Live Studio. My Live Studio is just all
You're
messed
looking
up
at the
now.
guns.
Yeah.
There's so much more to offer. I mean, there's the washboard. There's the what are those? What are you bongos? What's another euphemism? Hex.
Bongos? Yeah.
Burgers? I don't
A
know.
burger? Something like I don't know. But
Chest cheeks.
okay.
Chesticles? I think
So
it's tits.
is this February? Is this February on the calendar? On
I
the,
think this. Yeah, I think
this
this
would
would be.
be.
Hang on, I've got others for different months. So
He's got
like
others.
we could have like maybe this month here. This could be, I don't know. What do you think? December.
Okay,
And we
what's
just
this?
slowly kind of undress a little.
What's this thing with the lollipop?
It's well, it was kind of like a candy cane lollipop because it's, tis the season. Hang on, how do I? Then there's this one.
Oh my!
Now that like, it was a little difficult to get all the cake up there, but reindeer are strong.
I got to be honest though, that reindeer isn't looking all too pleased.
He was fine.
He was fine. Okay, all right. No
He was
reindeer were
fine.
harmed.
I watched him carry a beefcake 2 times my size before I jumped on there.
All right, YouTube. There it is. So this would be December. That would be December.
I should do the fireman outfit next.
You should.
Do like July.
You totally should. Totally should. Wow. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Well,
Where's all your viewers going, man? Get what?
I know, like,
Come on,
they're all
guys.
like, fuck this. I gotta get out.
What's wrong with it?
I gotta get out of here. Fuck this. He's killing my live stream. You're unaliving my live stream. Yeah, the look back that's the kicker right there. The look back. Definitely the
and
look back.
the arch in the back.
The arch and the look back, yeah.
Well, I gotta take my sweet ass back on into work, so
Oh.
I'll catch you later.
All right, I'll talk to you later. And there's Lobes. So we had a Lobes appearance. If you're not following Lobes, you should. If Lobes is still around. But Lobes is fast. You gotta catch him when you can. Wow. All right. Nice little interlude there. Got a little man candy and Lobes. All right, Eldon, welcome back.
Man, that's a hard guy to follow.
Yeah.
I don't look like that. I
Yeah.
don't think I can provide the same entertainment.
Man, you've just been unlucky today in my live. Like,
have,
you
man.
follow
Like,
tough acts, like,
I
man,
do.
poopy diapers, kids crying, dogs licking water. You're just, yeah. But looks like we hit the sweet spot. I think we got it here.
Yeah.
All right.
So you've been talking about a lot on, being very specific on wanting there to be like a mind aspect, an intent, and you're looking for proof of an existence of God that has those qualities.
Don't say that. Yeah.
And yeah, and now I don't know that I could say that this is proof, right? Because we're still comprehending this. But
We'll give it a shot,
I'd like to think that we're heading on that path with, and I don't know if you believe in this or not, so I'd like to know is, do you believe in quantum mechanics?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. So now I don't know how I feel about this, right? Because I used to say that I totally believe in free will, right?
Okay.
And that, but now I'm not so sure. It's more of I'd like to believe in free will.
Okay. That's fair.
And we can see that and you're talking about this all-knowing God, and there's a way in which we can kind of understand an all-knowing being through quantum mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
And are you aware of the study of oh God, hold on, I got my notes here. Quantum superposition, or the observer effect.
I have some knowledge on it. Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
that
not totally expert, but yeah. I understand.
So the observer effect states that through that matter, what we are, right? You know, we're matter, we're the substance, and you know, along with, you know, planets and other things like that, you know, opposed to time and energy, but matter fluctuates on a wave in which possibilities are endless, right up until they are observed. The moment of observation, everything is fixed.
Yeah, like another way to put it is like, say there's a, like, say the quantum field is like a playground with a bunch of kids in it, and all the kids are particles, right?
Yeah.
And so you're trying to figure out at what point will Johnny be on the swings? Because Johnny could be anywhere, right? Johnny could be on the slide, the swings, and the sandbox at the same time. And so you want to calculate, you want to figure out the probability that Johnny will be on the swings at a specific time. And then what you're saying is, as soon as we calculate that, i.e. observe, Johnny is where Johnny will be. Does that sound about right?
So that's my understanding of that. That's my understanding. That sounds about right of quantum the observer effect. Is that, yes, that Johnny won't be or could be anywhere until we actually observe him on the swings. And it is that point in which that he's guaranteed to only be on the swings.
He is there.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And so this concept of an all-knowing being can be found or be believable through having what is called like the supreme observer, right? And so that while, yes, technically anything is possible because we have God's attention, therefore things are fixed.
Okay. So if I hear what you're saying, all things are like any, like the superposition observer effect, all things are possible until God actually observes it, and then it is what it is.
That's a potential theory right now, right?
Okay.
That's not me saying this is what it is, right? That's just, you know, through our understanding of how the universe works and is developing, you know, this is something that we found to be true.
Okay.
And then the separation becomes of, is this just it for the sake of itself? Or is there an intent or design behind it?
Okay. So one kind of thing is, would you say then that in your world is an observer the same, like, does an observer have to have a conscious mind?
Well, you know, I don't know, because, you know, how conscious are certain levels of animals, right? They are definitely observing the world, you know, but, you know, dolphins, we're legally not allowed to communicate with dolphins because of their level of consciousness.
Okay.
In the United States, right? That's a law.
Okay.
For some obscure, weird reason.
Interesting.
But yeah, you can look that up. Like, it's just, you know, you're not allowed to, like, we're able to communicate with dolphins through mimicking their echolocation, like how we can understand that certain killer whales communicate differently than other pods of killer whales. And we've had communications with dolphins, and apparently it went poorly. And we're like, okay, we can't do that to dolphins anymore.
Okay.
But so it's like, what level of consciousness, you know, are we talking about here? And at what level of consciousness does this observation apply? And I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Well, because according to the quantum mechanics, like specifically the Schrodinger equation, is, well, like the observer effect, like the observer can be any physical interaction that causes like a change or decoherence. So it could be like a molecule, it could be a photon, you know, a detector, the environment itself, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be something or someone with a conscious mind. That's
Yeah, and that I didn't know that. So thank you
yeah.
for enlightening me.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah,
answers
yeah,
that
yeah.
question. Is you don't need a consciousness to observe.
To be an observer, yeah. So
Yeah.
observer, but I see what you're saying is because like when you and I think of observer as lay people, because I heard you say you're not a scientist. I'm definitely not a scientist. So as non-scientists, when we think of observer, we think of a person with a conscious mind, like watching something, right? Looking at something. At least that's how I understand it. But that's not what they mean in as far as quantum mechanics goes. It is just anything that causes any physical interaction that just causes some type of change or decoherence. Kind of what it
Well,
means.
so yes and no. Yes, I get what you're saying, but then also like when you look at the what's the study called? The double slit experiment,
Mhm.
right? That requires our conscious observation for it to have the effect that it's going to have.
No. And that kind of goes within the observer effect. It lines up with that. So it's not just our conscious like effect. Like it's not just us having an effect. It can be, like I said, it can be anything. You see what I mean?
Have you potentially have you read up on the the von Neumann-Wigner interpretation?
No.
So it's a part of it's an interpretation that is applying or I don't know if applying is the right word, but it holds the theory of the universal observer argument, right?
Okay.
Where we discuss it
By the way, it's really interesting that I'm hearing like little kid music and we're talking about like fucking physics and shit. So
I mean,
the irony is not lost on me. I just want to say that it's really funny.
No, that's totally fair.
And we're like two non-scientists talking about physics, so the
Well,
kid
'cause
music
these
is
are
even
the truths, right?
more
That we
thing.
best understand,
Yeah.
But the kids getting the same thing. Like, you ever see the books of general relativity for 1-year-olds?
Yeah.
Oh man, these books are so freaking cool. But anyway, so what were we talking about?
The von Wigner interpretation and about it relating to the universal observer argument. I'd have to look up the von Wigner interpretation to know what it means. So I'm going to do that real quick while you're
he
talking.
has the universal observation argument, and I recommend looking into that because he's gonna, he can get the scientific explanations because he's a quantum. He's a scientist in quantum mechanics.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe.
So
here's what I'll do. I'll read up on it and then I'll post a video on it. Like I'll do like a 1.5-minute video and I'll tag you on it.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Tag me in it, please.
Yeah, I'll tag you on it. Just be sure to follow me and then I can find you on the follow list.
Sure.
And I'll tag you.
So earlier in your feed, you were talking about time. What was it? Time, energy, and
space.
What's the third one?
Time, energy,
Is
and
space the one that's constant?
Yeah, no, not constant.
Or
I said matter was
eternal?
was contingent. Yeah, time, energy,
Yes.
space, gravity are eternal. Matter is contingent. Yeah.
So we have proof, or I don't want to say proof. We have the best possible understanding of that there are things that are eternal.
Yeah.
So why is it a stretch to think that a designer is eternal, or that
Oh, I see what you mean.
like physics shows that everything balances on a razor edge, as they like to say, right? And so that leans to that is just more, it's mathematically more logical that there is a design or a designer
Okay.
than there is not.
Okay. So the my response to that would be that now for me, I'm not like totally like, hey, there is no God. I just don't believe that there is, and I'm not like 100% sure there is no God. So
Sure, that's a responsible point of view to have.
yeah, I just and so I go based on like what like evidence, right? So we have evidence of like what you said, these eternal things, right? We have evidence of that, like mathematical proofs, and we have some observation, like we've established that these things, there's a possibility, a good possibility they exist, like through Higgs boson and stuff like that, right? The problem is like an eternal designer or creator, we haven't found evidence of that. Like we have the, you know what I mean? Like we haven't found evidence.
So let's pretend, and I hate using this guy as an example because I'm not a big fan of him, but it's what popped into my head for this
Wait, hold on. You're not a big fan
analogy,
of the
right?
sky? Is that what you said?
No. This guy.
Oh, this guy. Okay, I thought you said the sky, and I'm like, what's wrong with the sky, bro? Like,
Yeah.
okay,
So
all right.
let's
Go ahead.
assume, right, 100 years in the past, 100 years in the future, right?
Mm-hmm.
Henry Ford. We've decided we hate this guy. We burn all his things to the ground. You know, his corpse is gone. Everything that we could tie to his existence is gone, except Ford cars. Right? We see the cars on the road. Could
I see
that
what you mean.
not then be implied as evidence towards Ford? You know, Henry Ford existing.
If we could tie it back to Henry Ford, yes. Like somehow. Like if there was a way to tie it back. Like if it was just, hey, like if we have no other way to tie it back to Henry Ford somehow. Like for example, if there were witnesses who tied it back to Henry Ford, sure. Now, if those witnesses like documented this, right? And they said, yeah, I directly saw this. Yet the problem is like if it was like if there was somebody claiming that we're witnesses, then that would be problematic, right?
Okay.
You see where we're going with this?
Let's I do. So let's circle all the way back to the beginning of our conversation to the first question you asked me is how can we prove or know that Jesus is God?
Yes.
And the only way we could, based off of the technology of the time, based off of you know the methods that we use to quantify and understand things, is through witnesses.
Witnesses, yeah.
And we have witnesses, not only of people speaking for Jesus's supposed miracles, right? Him doing things that people can't do normally. Not just from people who believed and received the blessings, but people who saw it, couldn't explain it, but like, no, this guy's a witch. You know, the what were they called? The Pharisees. Like they called him a dark sorcerer that misled the Jews.
Yeah.
Not that anything he was doing wasn't happening, right? No, even his enemies wasn't saying this wasn't happening, right?
Yeah.
The people who hated him, who said that, you know, the people that crucified him, it was like, oh no, this guy's happening. He thinks he's above us, so we're just gonna kill him for it.
Okay.
Right? No one. So if witness testimony is enough for you, like we have that in a plethora. Now I will give you that, you know, we also have tons of testimony in the Bible that really works against the teachings of Jesus. And there's a lot of problems in that.
Okay. Well, I think one of the things
we do have the witness testimony.
Okay. Well, one of the things with the witness testimony, like when we're talking specifically about that, the challenge that we have is the letters of Paul, right? And Acts.
Yeah. So Paul
was not a
is
direct
like
witness.
the colonizer of Christianity. Like that.
Colonizer of Christianity. That's funny.
Like seriously, like he like if you really think about it, like he took Roman ideologies and tried to make it work within the framework of his time to get people to Like Paul's an example I would use of people misusing the teachings of Jesus.
Okay.
Right? The
Okay.
Q source.
All right. So if we go back then to, because we have that piece, but Paul wasn't a direct eyewitness of Jesus, right?
No, he wasn't.
He was not. So then we have, we've got Peter, which we could grant that, but there's a lot of writings in Peter where he doesn't attribute, like he doesn't give a whole lot of eyewitness testimony. So
Right.
we don't know.
Yeah,
We
your
don't.
best, I think, is Matthew. Is
Well,
your best chance.
The problem with
Because
that,
I think is it Matthew that has the most Q source references?
well, the problem with that is that we don't know if Matthew wrote Matthew, because one of the
So here's what we do know, because we do know how Matthew was written, right? Matthew
Yeah.
did not write Matthew. That's
Nope.
not how books were written back in those days.
yeah, Matthew didn't
Right,
write
so-
Matthew.
No, Matthew did not write Matthew. What
Yeah.
Matthew did was Matthew spent time with Jesus. Then Jesus died. Then Matthew got a bunch of followers. He verbally talked about, what was going on, which is where Q source comes in. And then the disciples of Matthew write the book of Matthew.
Write the book of
from
Matthew.
his teachings.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And see, now the challenge with that is because when we're talking about these, and that's when I was talking about, like, this is this is like secondhand information. It's hearsay. And
For
so
sure.
we
For
can't,
sure.
yeah. And so the problem with that is hearsay, like in a court of law, hearsay is not admissible, except in very, very, very limited circumstances. Like, for
Right, but
example,
you can't look at this from the perspective of a court of law. That's not how you look at this.
I
You have
kinda
to look
have
at it
to.
from a historical standpoint. That's where you find the evidence. It's like, does this way of writing line up with the cultural way of writing of that day
Yeah.
and age? And the answer is it does.
well,
This is exactly how things were done back
Well,
in those days.
Well, here's the thing. When I line it up with something like if we're talking about, and it's not an exact like line by line comparison, because what we're really talking about is not the existence of Jesus, right? What we're talking about is, did Jesus rise from the dead? Did Jesus ascend into heaven? And
Right.
if we have, but see, the problem with that is, with that extraordinary of a claim, we really need like direct eyewitness testimony, which we do not have. What we have, like you've just admitted that we have, at best, what we have is, I just used the word and it's escaping me, hearsay testimony. And I'm thinking though that if with something that important, Eldon, we gotta have more than that. And that's the problem. We don't. And the other thing,
So why do we need more than that when it's acceptable in other courses?
well,
Like how
for phenomenal events, like, this is like a supernatural event. Like if you think about it, like for other supernatural events that other religions have claimed, we have the same level of evidence. So
Okay, can I provide you with some evidence of supernatural claim?
sure.
Okay, so back earlier when I was talking about the proof of Jesus, right? And I was going based off of astrology or the study of the stars, right? So we can go back and we can track lunar cycles, for thousands of years back and see where things were, right?
Was this astrology or astronomy?
The scientific one, not the spiritual one.
Astronomy. Okay.
I'm dyslexic, so I get names.
Oh, no,
mixed up
all good. That's
sometimes.
why I clarified, because you were talking about lunar cycles and then I heard astrology, which doesn't really deal with that. So I just had to clarify. Okay, astronomy.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm with you.
So what they said was that when Jesus died, right, when he was crucified,
Mm-hmm.
God was angry, right? There was a blood moon. There was an earthquake that shook and broke the temples, right? Like these phenomenal events. Okay, and you can look back in the Bible and these are there.
Yeah.
Well, we've run simulations using both the what is it called? The state. So there's two ways in which people track the movement of the stars, and one is via where they actually are in the position of the sky, and the other one is based off seasons, right? And so we can look back and see where the moon was based upon when we think Jesus died. And we've scientifically narrowed that down to either April 7th of 30 AD or April 3rd of 33 AD. And that's because Jesus died right before Passover. And among other things, there are hints in there, but the supernatural phenomenon, right? The blood moon happening when Jesus died, that actually happened. We can go back and look and see that while now it didn't happen at the exact time of Jesus's death, which was, we approximate to be about between 1 and 3 o'clock.
Okay.
It didn't happen then because the moon was literally on the opposite side of the world at that present time. But that upon moon rising over Jerusalem, it was just done having a lunar eclipse, causing the sky to turn bright red. Like, we can prove that. Now,
and that was between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, right?
No. So that's when Jesus died and was crucified.
Okay.
The actual, and it said in the Bible that the blood moon happened then, but scientifically we know it happened at sunrise, or at not sunrise, moonrise.
Okay.
Right. It happened as the moon was rising, that there was indeed, in fact, a red moon and a red sky due to the scientific mapping of the moon.
Okay.
Now, then we go back to, and this one's going to be, I'm going to give you, it's a bit less specific, but that's because the science can't be any more specific, right? And that was the earthquake that shook the temple.
Okay.
And broke the stones upon Jesus' death.
Okay.
Now, we went to the, God, what is it? What's that river called that's by there? It's like the Blood River, or what is it called? Anyway, so the river that's in that place, right?
Okay.
The waterbed that's there. We went and we did a scientific. We went and did a geological dig.
Okay.
And there we found evidence somewhere between 29 AD and 26 and 36 AD. That there indeed was massive amount in that time span of earthquakes, of geological earthquakes that were happening. And so it's very likely, based off of other evidence that is accurately depicted, that is also accurately depicted, that there was in fact an earthquake at that time.
Okay.
And so there's scientific evidence of somewhat supernatural phenomenons coinciding with the death of Jesus.
Okay, so if I'm hearing right, the blood moon and the earthquake at the time of Jesus's death, that we have evidence for, is evidence that we have evidence for these things occurred. Is in your mind that proves that Jesus is God because why?
Go ahead, finish your statement. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I was trying to clarify it. So it proves Jesus is God, and then I wanted you to kind of finish that piece of it. And why?
I don't want to say like that alone proves it to me. I just find this to be very interesting, and it definitely leads me to speculate that this is more accurate than it's not. Like, we're saying that these things happened because of Jesus's death. And it turns out that these things actually did happen, right? Now, whether or not they are from Jesus' death, or it's just pure coincidence that these things happen at the same time. But gosh dang, if I was planning this, right? If I was some charlatan that was like, "Ah, I'm gonna die here," I would definitely line it right up with an earthquake and a blood moon, right? Could you
Okay.
imagine anything spookier?
Okay. Yeah, I hear that. So so now what I want to understand then, if we found natural explanation or coincidence sufficient, would that do anything to your conclusion?
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm not unreasonable.
Okay. Because these you're saying now were these but you're saying that this was direct and intentional signs of God caused by God.
That's
So-
what Scripture would have you believe. Yes.
Okay. So here's the question I have. If God is omniscient, did God know that Jesus would be crucified?
I don't know, man. I'm not omniscient, right? So I can't I can't begin to guess on that,
Okay.
right? Like I'd like to think so, and like that's where it goes down to if the ultimate observer is an accurate thing, and if God is like these immortal concepts like space, time,
Okay.
you know, then yeah, he probably would have known because he observed and therefore it was fixed to be that way.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean,
But I'm not going to sit here and tell you like, yes, for sure God knew this. Like I'm not going to sit here and dictate, you know, the
well,
truth.
okay, 'cause-
or the perceived truth.
okay, because I think it would work because to me, God being omniscient means he knows all. So that means he knew that once he knew he was going to send his son down, number one, and then he knew that his son was going to be crucified.
And you know, I don't know that God is omniscient, to be completely honest with you. And I will give you my only example for this is the concept of prophecy, right? Which is, I think we'll both agree, is a very prevalent aspect of Abrahamic religions.
Well, all religions, yeah. Almost every religion. Almost every.
Almost every religion. Yeah. So specifically in Abrahamic religions, so in prophecy in Greek mythology is the way most people like to observe or think of as how prophecy works or fate works, and it's fixed, right? Is that this is gonna happen? There's nothing you can do about it.
Oh wait, you're fading out. I don't know if you're walking away from the mic, but I can't hear you. Yeah, keep it close.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
That answers my question. Oh, here you go, kid. You want your toothbrush? Yeah, let's get our toothbrush. So what was I just saying?
It was hard to hear you, so I missed like the last half of it. It was something about I'm not sure. I don't know if God is omniscient or not.
Oh, okay. So, God is omniscient, right? So, yes, and it's because of prophecy, right?
Yeah,
So
the prophecy.
in Greek folklore is it's guaranteed to happen, right? There's nothing you can do about it, whether you try to avoid it or you try and enact it. Either way, you will fulfill it. That's not how prophecy is viewed in ancient Abrahamic religions.
Okay.
And when it was originally conceived, prophecy was an if-then scenario. If this happens, then this is what's going to happen.
Okay.
So I don't know if God is omniscient or just the best guesser in the world, right?
Okay. So we got an I don't know on that. Okay.
Yeah.
So then the second issue that I have is why wouldn't God pick a unambiguous like sign that he was angry? Because these seem like ambiguous signs: moon turning red, earthquake, eclipse,
well,
things of that sort.
That's because we live in a modern age, right?
Okay.
To the people that live off the stars and lived off a lunar cycle, they look for signs and everything, right? A blood moon is a lot more meaningful to a pagan in 100 AD than it is to you or I.
Okay.
Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I'm not sure, because it would seem to me that if God were angry and wanted to communicate that to us, it would seem like if this is like the most important event in human history, that it would be a lot more clear. You see what I'm saying? Than some astronomical or seismic events, like geological events.
I mean,
that do occur naturally all the time.
I
you
hear
have to
you.
admit. Yeah.
I hear you. That's just. But I'm not gonna lie, man. That just comes. I don't know. That's like, this is just that just feels like a personal choice.
Well, like, how would we be able to
have.
distinguish it? You know what I mean? Like, because blood moons happen all the time, earthquakes happen all the time, eclipses happen all the time. How would we be able to distinguish that than it just being a coincidence? Like, how could we? Like, how could we
ask that again?
How could we directly link? Because you would agree that blood moons happen, normally.
Right.
It's not a rare phenomenon.
A natural effect, right?
Yeah, it's a natural effect. They've happened many times in history. There was just one where I live pretty recently. They happen. Eclipses happen, although they're not all the time, but they happen pretty normally, and we can predict them. And then also earthquakes happen a lot, right? So if all these things happen, how can we distinguish between these are coincidences or God directly caused them?
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, I think that comes down to whether you view God as a distant observer or as the reality itself. But you know what? I don't want to go down that road, because that just goes down to the God is a universe that you don't like, and you're not a big fan of that. That gets wishy-washy for you.
Okay.
So
then
let's answer this question this way. Is
all right.
You're asking why use
or how could we tell if it's a how could we tell if it's a coincidence versus God caused it? Correlation versus causation.
Right. And and we don't have the technology now or then to make
to really answer that question. So it's
right?
really hard to say. Okay.
Right.
And then the third thing that I have is, did God require Jesus' death for salvation? Like, was it a requirement? Did it have to happen?
Right. So what is salvation, right? What are you being saved from? Let's determine that real quick.
That's a great question. That's a question I ask people all the time.
Okay. Well, do you want me to? By
all means, go ahead.
So I imagine a lot of people would tell you that salvation is that God saving you from hell so you can go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's a lie. Right. That's
Okay.
something that came over when we decided to try and. Well, it has a lot of different factors and a lot of different religions that we melded into our own that led to that kind of concept, right?
Okay.
Jesus never said that you're going to go to hell, right? He said that to be not in the presence of God, to not have God in your soul, right? Or in your brain, right? to not fulfill the acts that Jesus is trying to get you to do, not Old Testament God, because apparently Jesus came here because we got it wrong the first time.
Okay.
Or we lost our way over time, or what have you.
Okay.
But it's never stated up until later editions, but it's never stated by Jesus that anyone's going to hell. They said you're going to go to Gehenna, right? And now what Gehenna is a literal place outside of Jerusalem. It was a place where bodies got... Yeah, you got it, man. You know this. Okay, so he's explaining what it's like to live without being able to gosh, what was the Sermon on the Mount? To live like a hypocrite. To live out the things that he. I can't believe I'm blanking on this right now.
Okay.
But
well, I think I'm getting the gist of what you're saying. I think to cut to the chase,
Cool.
I think what you're saying is The salvation is from the eternal separation from God, not eternal fiery torture.
Well,
I think that's what I'm
it's
hearing, right?
you separate it. I don't know, man, because it's also stated by Jesus that there's nowhere you can go that he's not there with you.
Right. Or
Right?
maybe
So
you mean just a miserable existence versus,
yeah.
heaven, which is just this amazing, perfect place. Maybe something like that.
Right.
Just extremely miserable existence. So that's what the
Right.
salvation is
Hell
for.
is
Right?
on earth, right? It's something that you experience while you're
Okay.
living.
Okay, I
It's
think I
not
gotcha. Yeah.
afterlife.
Okay, gotcha. So if that's the case, so then it's back to the question, did God require Jesus's death or salvation from this miserable existence?
Apparently, right?
Apparently.
Apparently.
So it was
we-
required. He
well,
needed.
I wouldn't say that
He had
God
to.
required it, right? I would say that we required it.
Okay. But it was required.
Apparently.
It had to happen. Okay. So if it,
I don't think it would have happened otherwise.
okay. So if it had to happen, then and we're kind of, the jury's out. Oh goodness. Yeah. And so
Oh yeah.
if the jury's well, we'll try and get this last question out. But if
Yeah.
so, then why would, if this had to happen, then why would God be angry at that? If this had to happen.
Maybe it's not anger. Maybe it's disappointment. Maybe we just interpret it as anger.
Perhaps.
Maybe it's.
I mean, that's what
maybe
the
it's
Bible
just a
says, though,
cause
right?
of- Right. But as I've already stated, the Bible has been abused, misinterpreted,
Okay.
and all great lies begin with the kernel of truth.
Yeah. Okay.
You know.
All right. Well, hey, okay. Well, I do have to hang it up, Eldon, but
Yeah,
I do
and my
appreciate
baby's getting tired,
the talk.
so-
Yeah. Sounds like they're ready for you. Back to dad
Yeah,
duties.
they are.
All right, Eldon.
All
Hey,
right, well, I'll
appreciate.
talk to you later.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Mind kicking me out?
Yep, I got you. All right. But I think that's the thing, is that also it sounds like this is a bit of a like we're kind of massaging kind of the uncomfortable parts of this to kind of make it fit. Like we are we're sanding off the edges of the square peg to make it fit into the round hole, so to speak. And which I understand. And I can say, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Bible got a lot of things wrong, so maybe it's not that God was angry. It was just it was a reaction, or it was just something else. Hard to say. I mean, we could probably throw a lot of things in there. I think though but the problem with that is it doesn't quite move the needle for me, right? Because then if it's just maybe this, maybe that, and again, if I'm looking for evidence, maybes aren't evidence. That's just that's where I kind of sit on that. But, it was still interesting to kind of go down that and talk about it. So I don't belabor that. But, okay. Well, I think the last thing we need to do is, let me bring up my mods and, let's give them all some love and recognition. I do have to, get out of here. We get Sunny up? Hold on. Why is Sunny? Why does your invite go away? Why is that? Oh, the multi-guest goes away. I don't understand. That's so weird. It's because it's saying resume the live to bring up other hosts. Hi guys. Oh, people. Oh, there we go. Hello. Okay, there we go. Thanks for helping me out, Sunny. I was like, I kept clicking on you and then trying to hit the multi-guest, and it would keep going away. So I don't know what was happening there. I thought I saw 3 pips in here. Was 3 pips in here?
They were in here earlier, but I'm not sure about now.
Okay. Darn it. Okay. Well, all right. Looks like they're not. Okay. Well, anyway, folks, these are my moderators. So thank you guys. As always, you guys are amazing, fantastic, all that great stuff. So I appreciate you and all the hard work you do. and you keep like the chat like moving and peaceful and all that stuff. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. So chat, if you could extend some appreciation to them and W's, follows, gifts, anything you can spare, that would be amazing. Thank you so much for that. I think all my mods in YouTube left. I don't think I have any mods left, which is okay. But if they are, just go ahead and say something so we can thank them too. But it's Blaster Master 80 and Rainbow Ash. So those two, they do a fantastic job over on YouTube as well. So thank you guys. I appreciate you. I sincerely do. So then I think the last thing we need to do is find someone to raid, huh? So you guys have any ideas? See if I can find
Doug or
somebody.
Justin.
Justin? Just Justin or okay.
Tiny
Not
is
Doug is
live.
also live.
not just Justin, but what I mean.
Tiny is live.
Oh, Tiny? Let's do Tiny. Yeah. We'll spread the love around a little bit. So I think we rated Justin last time, right? So let's raid Tiny this time.
And to be fair, Justin doesn't need raids.
That's true. That is true. Okay. And I think we did Dark Knight one of these times too. I know Dark Knight's on right now. So yeah, let's do Tiny this time. Yeah. Okay. So everybody in chat, if you could, I don't know, is Tiny on YouTube? I don't think he is. Is he?
I think he just does TikTok.
Just TikTok. Okay. So for the folks on YouTube, you're off for the night. You could probably go raid Justin's live if you want. But if you do, if you want, just do a TBV raid. But we're going to focus on TikTok. We got 35 people left here. So we got a small contingent, but I think it will make a difference for Tiny. So just type in Tiny_science in your search after this live ends, and then just go in and say TBV raid and show him some love. I think he would really appreciate it. So we do our best to like support other creators here. So, but thank you guys again. Any last words before we go, mods?
Have a fantastic night.
Go. I like it. And on that,
yes, and happy holidays.
and happy holidays. Yeah. I don't think I'll be on tomorrow. Yeah. So I don't think I will. If I am, I'll be on like a little early. But if I don't see you guys, have a happy holiday. And I'll see you after the 25th. But if so, I'll see you tomorrow. So have a great night, everybody. And thank you again. Take care. Good night.